Yeah, hello there, and welcome to this particular new course over here. And you can also find this particular course in my website, which is the mobileacademy.io. And you can go to the free course over here, and you can always sign up for the Flutter for Complete Beginner. Currently, this course is for free, and everybody can sign up for free for now. But in the later stage, it may cost you. And if you also want, or if you want to be a job ready Flutter developer, you can always go and check out my courses over here. And there are a lot of the Flutter development courses which will lead you to be a job ready Flutter developer. And make sure to go and check out all of these courses. But if you are not interested on any of these particular paid courses, you can always go and grab my free courses from here. You can also get the React Native as well as the Flutter course from here. So let's get started with our course over here, and let's meet in the next lecture. Today we are going to learn how we can install and configure a Flutter development environment inside of our PC. So we'll be using a Windows 10 over here, but you can use any other version of the Windows like Windows 11, right? But we will be using a Windows 10 over here. So let's go and get started over here. First of all, we need to go to the flutter.dev over here. Make sure you open this particular website over here. And once you open that particular website, you can see a beautiful looking apps and all of those designed built using the Flutter over here. But we are not interested on all of this over here. We need to go to get started first of all. So let's go and get started over here. And we will be choosing a development platform over here. For now we'll be using a Windows, so make sure you select a Windows over here. And we will build an application for our mobile, so let's just go and select the mobile from here. And now these are the system requirements, so make sure you have this particular requirement. So minimum is this one. So your CPU core need to be at least 4, memory need to be at least of 8 GB, right? And these are the display resolution and then the free space as well. And we also require some of the development tools that will be for the Git and Studio, and also we'll require some Visual Studio Code that is for the IDE. Also we'll make use of the Android Studio, and we'll be not using the IntelliJ over here, IDE over here. You can skip, or if you have this, that's cool, but we will be using our Visual Studio Code over here. For our Flutter development, we'll be using this one, and we'll be configuring the Visual Studio Code over here. And you can also use the Android Studio, but we will be using a VS Code over here. So that are the tools that is required. So what you need to do is you need to go to this particular links over here and download the VS Code for the Windows, the latest version. And next is we need to install the Git for the Windows, right? So make sure you download and install the Git. And next is we need the Android Studio over here. And I have downloaded all of those required files. So now you can see I have the VS Code over here, I have the Git, and also the Android Studio over here. So once you have downloaded all of this software, we will configure this one by one. So first let us go and configure our Git over here. So just double click this one over here and click on next from here and click on next, and I'll just click on yes, and let's add the desktop icon over here and click on next from here. I'll just use a default properties or the default configuration for now. So let's just click on next, 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 and next, and next, and I'll just use all of the default configuration over here because this is not a Git course, so we'll not focus on all of those configuration. We'll just use a default configuration provided for us. So I'll just uncheck both of these, or if you want you can check any of those or both of those, but I will uncheck all of those. And let's just go and install this particular configuration over here. So this will take a couple of a second to install all of this configuration, and once the Git has been installed, we should be good to go and move forward with our Android Studio over here. So let's wait for this one to complete, and we need to, once it is done, we'll just uncheck this one, click on finished. Let's open up the command line over here, and I need to type the git over here, and make sure you get that particular command working over here. So once you type the git, you should get all of those commands listed for you. So that means that the git installation was successful. And the next is we need to go over here and let's install the Android Studio next. So just double click on the Android Studio over here and just click on next, and then the next from here, and click on next, and just a default one. So I'll be just using all of the default configuration for now, and later you can always go and change some of the configuration if you need. So let's wait for this one to complete over here, and now click on the next from here and start the Android Studio. Let us select do not import any setting from here, and just click on next from here, and I'll clicking don't send from here. You can also send the user static for Google, but I'll just click on the don't send over here. And once we are here, we'll just click on the next from here, and we'll select the standard from here, and these are the SDK that we need to install again over here. So that will be installed on the SDK folder, user, then your name, app data, local, Android, and then the SDK over here. Just click on next from here, and I need to accept all of the license condition over here. Just click on accept all of those from here, and just click on finish. So it's going to download and install all of those configuration, and we just need to wait for that to complete. Depending on your internet speed, it may take some time, so let us just wait for it to complete over here. And once it is done, we can just click on finish from here, and this should open up the Android Studio over here, and we can go to the action more from here, and we will select the virtual device manager from here, and you can see that we got one virtual device that has been created for us. Just allow access to all of those, and that's cool. So we have also one VM or the Android virtual device created for us. That's cool. So let's just close this one for now, and let's close all of those. And next is we need to install the VS Code over here. So just double click on this one and just select accepted terms and conditions. Just click on next, and I'll just click on next from here and create the desktop icon over here, and open with the code action. I'll just click on this one and open with the code action window explorer. Just click on that one as well. Just click on next and click on the install. So that should go and install the VS Code over here. So we have almost completed all of the required steps. So let's go back to our installation documentation over here. We have already installed all of those required files. So next is that we need to open up our VS Code over here. So just go back to the VS Code over here and click on launch the VS Code over here. So let me just go and minimize all of this, and now you can select the theme that is suitable for you. So I'll just go and select the light theme or the dark theme, high contrast light. So let's just select the high contrast over here, and that should be good enough. So let's go back over here and let's just go and maximize this one. And next thing that we need to go and install some extension over here. Just click on this particular icon, and here we need to search the FLUTTER Flutter extension, and we need to install that particular. Just click on the top one, and this will go and install the Flutter extension for us. So once it is getting installed, it will also install the Dart for us. So now once the installation is going on, let's go back to the documentation over here, and what we need to do is we need to download next is the Flutter SDK. Currently we haven't installed or downloaded that SDK. So what we will do over here is we'll create one dev folder over here. So let's go back over here to our let's just go and minimize this one for now, and we'll go back to our C drive over here, and let's create the new folder over here, and I'll just call this one as a dev, and let's open up this one, and let's go back to our installation document over here. And here what we'll do is let's go and select the another option. This is if you want to install directly using the VS Code over here, but let us go and select the download and install option from here. So what we'll do over here is we'll download the current latest version, which is of 3.16.8. This is a stable version, and once you are watching this video it may be a different version, so the installation process is still same. So we'll be downloading this one. Previously there was an option to directly clone it from the GitHub, but I guess they have removed that particular option over here, as I can't find that particular option over here. Never mind, let's just go and download this particular zip over here, and we are going to configure it over here. So let's wait for it to complete, and once the download has completed over here, let's go back to our download folder over here, and let us extract this particular file over here. Just click on extract it, and then once the extraction is done, what we need to do is we will move that particular folder to our newly created folder over here. So let's just wait for this one to complete over here, and once we have successfully extracted that particular folder, we can just copy this one from here, or you can just copy it, and we will move that one to our newly created folder inside of the C drive, inside the dev, and I'll just go and paste that one over here. So let's just move it over here, or let's just copy and paste it over here. And once the copy or the move has successful, we will just open up that particular folder over here, and we are inside this particular C drive, and the D and dev, and then the Flutter over here, and we'll go inside the bin folder over here, and we'll open up the git bash over here, and from here what we can do is we can type the flutter flutter doc tor over here, and we can't find the flutter flutter command over here. So let's just set the flutter flutter over here, and that command is not found over here. And to fix this one, let's go and open up our environment variable over here. So env, and edit the environment, edit the system environment variables over here. And once we are over here, let's select the environment variables over here, and we will go to the path from here in the user variable. For this particular user only, I'll select the path, and I'll just click on the edit over here. And what we need to do is we need to add a new one over here. So I'll just go and copy this particular directory from here, and let us go and paste that one over here. So I need to create that particular new one over here. Just click on OK, and just click on OK. Now I'll just close all of this from here, and let's just try to go and open up the cmd over here, or the command prompt, and let's just type the flutter flutter from here, and now you should get that particular flutter command over here, and we are good to go. Now we can run the flutter command from anywhere once we have configured that particular environment variable. So I guess I can also close this one, and I should be able to open up that, and let's just say flutter flutter, and we are able to run that particular command over here as well. So now we are good to go. We are able to run the flutter command from anywhere. And next command, I need to run the flutter flutter doc flutter doctor. So this is going to detect, it is going to scan our Flutter setup over here, and it will give us any of the messages or the error that our Flutter installation has. So let us wait for this one to complete over here. And once the command has successfully run, you can see that we have some of the error. One is of the Android tool chain over here. So what we need to do over here is let's go back to the doc over here and agree the Android license over here. So let's just go and select this particular command over here, and let's copy this particular command and let's go and run that particular command over here. Flutter doctor that's the Android license over here. Let's just run that particular command over here. So Android SDK manager not found, unable to update to the latest Android SDK. Ensure that the command line tool are installed to resolve this. So we also got another error that we need to install the command line tool. So what we need to do is we need to go to the Android Studio over here, and let us open our Android Studio, and we need to install that particular command line tool. From more actions, just go and select the SDK manager over here, and once it is opened, what we need to do is we'll go to the SDK tools over here, and we need to install the Android command line tools over here, and just click on apply, and just click on okay. So configure, okay, just click on the over here because it requires some of the disk spaces over here. That's just the warning message. Just click on finish and click on OK for now, and here we'll just go back and apply that particular and run that particular command again, that is to run the Flutter doctor that's Android that's the license over here. Just hit enter over here, and let's wait for this one to complete over here. So once you run that command, it will ask you to accept this particular license, and from here you just have to click on yes over here, and just select yes, 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 and yes, and that should be fine. So let us go and run the Flutter doctor again, and let us try to see the any error or the message that we get over here. So I guess that should be fine. It just gives us an error on the Visual Studio over here because we are not going to create any of the desktop application that is going to target the Windows app. So I guess we are fine over here. We are just going to build for the Android and also for the iOS over here. And now with this installation and the configuration, I guess we are good to get started with the Flutter development for our mobile apps. We are not going to build for the Windows over here. If you are going to target, or if you are going to build the application for the Windows, make sure to install the VS Code over here, or the Visual Studio over here. VS Code we have already installed over here. So that's all for this lesson, and from the next lesson we are going to create our first Flutter app, and till then, have a great day. Yeah, hello there and welcome back, and let us continue with our lesson over here. And in this lesson, let us go and create our first Flutter app. So for that, what we'll do over here is we need to open the VS Code. So I have already opened my VS Code over here, and what we need to do is we need to create the Flutter project. So you can just select the Control Shift and P in the window, and let us open up our the pop-up over here. So this is from here you can select the Flutter new project, or you can just search for the Flutter and it will ask you to create a new project over here. Or currently we'll be using this step, right? Using this particular step, using Command Shift and then the P from your keyboard. Or we can also use the command to directly create the using a Flutter command, but let us use in this way over here. So let's create the Flutter project over here, and I'll select the application over here, and we need to select where we want to install that particular where we want to create that particular the project over here. So let's go, and I'll select this particular folder over here, and here I'll give a name over here, and I'll just go and say the Flutter Flutter COUNT counter app over here, and just click on the enter over here. So this is going to create a Flutter template over here for us, and now you can see that it has created a template project for us, and which has all of these particular code over here. And on this particular side you can see that it's our project name, and we have this particular all of this folder that is generated by the Flutter project by default. So if you don't see this particular icons and all of this stuff, don't worry. What you can do is you can install that icons from here. Just go and search for the material icon over here, and then you can just go and install this one over here. So I guess I have installed this one over here, and I have already installed that one. So material icon theme, you can just go and install that particular over here. And also you can just go and install the search for the material theme over here. And I have also installed the material theme from here, so you can just set the different color depending on your requirement over here. So these are the two plugins that you can configure over here to get the same look as what I have over here. And if you go to the leaf folder over here, let me zoom a little bit over here. So in the leaf folder, you can see we have the main.dart file over here, and this is the file that has been generated by the Flutter, and it has also created us the Flutter app over here. But what we want to do is we want to create everything from scratch, so we don't want to depend on the Flutter template over here. So we will see how we can create that on the next step. So what I will do over here is let us close this particular VS Code over here, and let us create everything from scratch, because this is a generated code over here. So what we will do is we'll create everything from scratch using a Flutter command line tool over here. So I have opened one folder over here, and let's create the new folder over here and call this one as the Flutter project project over here. And this is a Mac OS over here. So if you are doing on the Windows, it will be a same over here. Just create the new folder, call it as a Flutter project project over here. And let us open up this particular folder over here. And what we need to do is inside this particular folder, we need to create our the Flutter application. So let's go and open up the terminal over here, or you can open the Git bash or the terminal on the Windows, or if you are on the Mac OS, you can open your Mac OS terminal over here. And now I'm inside this particular folder, which is of this one Flutter project. We can use Flutter create Flutter create command over here, -e for the empty project over here. So we want to create the empty project over here, and I guess that should be the empty command over here, and then you need to give a project name. So I'll just go and say Flutter and then the demo app over here. So we'll just go and create the Flutter demo app over here, and the casing over here should be on the lower case over here. So don't try to make it as a uppercase over here. So if you are adding a uppercase over here, it is not going to work. So the Flutter project, once you are creating it, it need to start with the lowercase, and you need to add the underscore over here whenever you have that particular let's say a Flutter and then the demo and then the app. So that is separated by the underscore over here. So once we have that, what you can do is you can just hit enter over here, and now you can see that it has created that particular project for us. So this is the Flutter project that it has created for us. And that's the good thing, that what we have done over here previously on the using a VS Code, now we have done the same thing using our command line tool over here. So what we'll do next is we need to open this particular in the VS Code. You can also go and go to this particular CD and go inside this particular app from here, and you can just type the cod code and then the dot over here. That should also open the VS Code in the Mac, although you need to configure certain things. But what we'll do is we'll open up our let's open up the VS Code over here. So once we open up the VS Code over here, I can just go and drag this particular project over here. So now you can see that we have opened up our Flutter project over here. Next, what we'll do over here is we'll try to run this particular project in our Android device over here. So you can just go over here. It doesn't have any information, it just has one text which says the hello world over here. So what you can do over here is you can go to the let's go to run over here, and you can press the F5 from the keyboard, or you can just go to run and start debugging. So we'll start in the debug mode over here, and once it is running, you can see that it's going to run that particular on your attached device. Currently it is attached to this particular iPhone, but I need to run it on the Android device over here. So let's just go and stop this one over here, and let me select the default on the Android device over here. So what I will do over here is on the bottom here, you can see that there is a device selected. I can click on this one, and from here I can select any of the device over here. So let's just go and start off the any of the device. From here I'll select the Android device, and if you have created in the previous lesson, we already created one of the Android device as a illuminator over there, so you can just open up that one over here. So let's just open that particular device over here, and let's try to run our application in that particular device. So let's wait for it to run over here, and once the device is running, what we'll do over here is we'll go to the run again, and we'll select the start, or you can just press the F5 from the keyboard over here, and now it will run on that particular selected device over here. So you can also start the another device over there, and you can select the iOS as well. So it's going to start the another device as well. So let's try to run in both of the Android and then the iOS device over here. And on the left pane, you can see now on the call stack, now your program is running on the two device over here. You can see that one is on the Pixel 6 Pro API 34, and then the one is on the iPhone 15 Pro Max over here. So you can also select this particular debug icon over here, right, to view that particular pane over here. So now you can see that it has the two call stack. So let's just wait for this two to complete over here. And if you want to go back to the source code, you can click on this particular explorer again, you'll go back over here. If you want to go to the debug console, you can just click on this particular debug icon over here. So from here you can run and debug, and later we'll also see how we can configure the JSON file to run all of those. Also, we don't have to go and run it from here every time. So let's wait for this one to complete. So it's launching, and here you can see that we have successfully launched our first application on the Android device, and you can see we have the hello world text over here, and we got that particular text over here. So what we can do is we can just close this one over here, and we have successfully launched our first application on the Android device, and it is also launched in our iOS device over here. So now you can see that we have the hello world that is also running on the iOS device. So it is running on the both of our Android as well as the iOS device over here. So that's cool, and this was for our first application that we learned how we can create using the Flutter command as well as the VS Code over here. So we learn in a two-way. One is to run from one is to create from the VS Code IDE itself, and the next was to create using the Flutter create command. So either way, you can use any of your option. You are familiar with the any of those particular option, that's good enough. So on the next lecture, we are going to create our counter app over here from scratch, and let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Yeah, hello there and welcome back, and let us continue with our lesson over here. And in this lesson, let us go and create the counter app using a Flutter. So for that, I will go inside this particular folder again, which is of the Flutter project, and we'll go and create a counter app or the counter project or the counter Flutter project using the Flutter command over here. So FLUTTR Flutter create -e, which is of the empty project, and we'll call this one as the FLUTTR Flutter underscore the counter app over here. And I'll just give the dash.org, and you can also pass in the another command which is of the dash dash org, or the organization, and that can be of the io.the mobile academy. You can give your domain name if you have, right? So if you have a company domain name, or if you have your own your private domain name, so you can just give it in the reverse order, com.the xyz, right? Or the com.the something like. So I have the io mobile academy.io. I have mentioned it as a io.the mobile academy, right? And this way it will create the package name of io.the mobile academy dot flutter underscore the counter app over here. So it can be a unique name. So if you want to publish your application to the Play Store or the App Store on the Apple and then the Google, you need to have a unique name. So this will provide a unique name for your application if you have a domain name. But in the current state, it is not required. Because we are just building it for our demo application over here. We are not going to publish it to the Play Store over here. So let us get started over here, and let's just enter. This should create a new Flutter project over here, and we got that particular counter app over here. So let us open our VS Code again over here, and once we have that particular VS Code, now we can go and drag that particular folder over here. So let's just go and drag the Flutter, not the Flutter demo app, it should be of the Flutter counter app over here. So let's just go and drag it over here, and we got that one over here. And let's go to our main over here, and instead of this hello world, okay, so let's just keep it for now, and I'll just go and create the new folder over here and call this one as a counter over here. And in this counter, let's just go and add a new file, and I'll just call it as a counter underscore scra and screen dot the dot file. So we need to have a dot file over here. And what we need to do is we need to create our screen over here that we can see over here. To create a counter app, we require some state over here. Don't worry about the state and all of the stuff. Later we will see, and we'll try to understand for more. But for now, let us just try to create one screen over here. And I'll just say a class over here. And let's call this one as a counter scra and screen over here. And this will extend, and this is going to extend from the stateful widget over here. So let's just go and say state full state. There is stateless and a stateful widget, but we are going to use a stateful wid widget over here, right? And to use this one, what we need to do is we need to go and import the package over here that will be of the flutter / the material.dot. So once we have that particular package imported over here, we are good to go. So once we extend this one, this stateful, we can make use of this state. Don't worry about all of those. Later we'll go and see how we can make use when we try to understand the stateful and then the stateless widget over here. So let's create the constructor for this one. So we need to create the counter screen constructor, and we need to pass in the key in the constructor, right? And this can be of a nullable. So this is a nullable type of the key, and we will call a super from here. So this is a super class from the stateful. So we are extending this particular stateful widget over here. That's why we need to call the super from this stateful. And this is a bit of the object oriented programming over here, and if you are not comfortable with it, it may be quite a bit difficult to understand over here, but just bear with me. We will try to understand slowly once we try to build more and more application using the Flutter over here. But for now, just remember that we created a class of the counter screen which extends the stateful widget over here, and we need to create the class constructor. This is a class constructor for this one, and it requires a key over here which can be of the nullable type. And once we have this, what we need to do is we need to override over here. So OVE, we need to call the add OVE override over here, and we need to override the create. So create this state over here. So we need to create the state for this one. So let's go down over here, and we need to create another class over here, and that will be of the, let's say, underscore the counter screen state, right? So counter screen state, extend the, this is going to extend the state, and we need to pass in this particular state the counter screen as the generic type over here. So this is the generic type that we need to pass in over here, and this is going to override our build method over here, right? So inside this class we have this build method we need to override. So let's just go and remove this particular error from here, and what we need to do over here is let us also remove all of this from here, right? So let us also remove all of those from here, and here what we need to do is we need to return from here the counter screen state over here. So once we have returned that one, we are good to do over here. And inside this build method we need to create, or we need to return our stateful, we need to return our widget over here. So I'll just go and return the app scaffold over here. So let's just say app scaffold, or sorry, not the app scaffold, it should be of a scaffold over here. And scaffold we can pass in the app bar for now, and just call this one as the simple app bar over here, and title will just as the counter screen over here. And let's just close over here, and we need to pass in the body as well over here. So in the body we are going to pass in the column over here. So column column. Don't worry about the columns and scaffold, we are going to cover this on the coming up lecture. For now we are just trying to create our counter app over here. Don't worry about all of those, we'll cover in our coming up lecture. Scaffold and the app bar and the column, we are going to cover it in our coming up lecture. And here we are going to this, since this is a column can have a multiple children, which means that you can add more than one children over here. So here what we are going to add first of all is the text over here, and this text we are just going to set it for now as a 0 and comma, and we also need a button over here. So let's just call this one as a button button, and I guess we will just go and use the some simple button over here. Let's say elevated button over here, and this particular button has the unpressed, since this is a function over here. So what we need to do is we need to just go and create a function over here, and also the child text the we get over here. So what we have to do is we have to set the text over here. So in the text we'll just say increment over here. So we need to pass in the string as an increment over here, and then I guess we are getting, so I guess we have some error over here. So let's try to see what is that error, and let's try to fix that particular error over here. This may be because of the const that we have passed in over here, so we can just remove that one over here, and that should be fine. So we will also create the another button over here. Just copy this one over here and paste it below over here, and we'll call this one as a decrement over here. So we got that, the increment and the decrement button over here, and now we can just go and run this particular application. So let's go over here and click on the start over here, and what we need to do is we need to change this one. So I need to change this one to the iPhone Pro Max over here, and let's just stop this one, and I need to run that one over here again, so I can run it on this particular device over here. And also I'll select the another one which will be of the Android device, and also let us go and run that one in the Android device as well. And once the application is running over here, what we'll do is we need to create the one variable for the counter, and we'll take this one as an int, and I'll just call this one as a counter over here, and I'll assign a default value of the 0 over here. And don't worry about all of those underscore and all of this stuff. Later we are going to cover that one. So this is, I'm going to create a private variable over here, which is of the counter over here. And I'll also create one method inside this particular the class over here. So let's just go and create one method over here. So this will be of the void, which means it doesn't do anything or return anything. So I'm just going to create the increment function over here, and I'm going to set this state. So this set state will update this particular counter value with plus over here. So if it is 0, so it's going to increment by 1. And also create another one. Let's go and create, let's close this one, and let's go and create another one, void, and I'll create a decrement function that is going to lower the value. So I'm going to set the state, update this particular counter value to -1 over here. So not the -1. So if the value is of 1, it will, if I call this particular function, it should decrement the value by the 1 over here. So once we have that, we are good to go. And now you can see that we got the hello world over here, both of those. And what we need to do is, now we'll go to the main over here, and instead of returning this particular scaffold from here, I need to return the counter screen that we just created over here. And if I try to hard reload that one, we got that one over here, screen, counter screen, and then we have increment and decrement button, and we got the value as the 0. So let's go back over here, and once we call this press unpress, we want to call the increment, right? So we have the increment function, and also we have the underscore the decrement function over here. So whenever we press this particular button, we want to call that particular two function over there. And this particular text, we need to call or update it with our counter value. So the counter will be of, I will just use the string interpolation, so counter and then the counter value, so $sign underscore the counter sign. And now let's just try to reload the app over here, right? And now you can see the counter 0, and if I try to increment it, so you can see that once I click this particular button, the value is incrementing, and if I click on the decrement button, it is decrementing the value over here. So it's working perfectly fine on the Android, and let's go and test it on the iOS device over here. So I can just click on this one, and it is working perfectly fine. So now you can see that it is working, and we have our simple counter app, and this is working fine. So don't worry about the button, elevated button, text, column, scaffold. And in our coming up lecture, and probably on the next lecture, I'm going to cover the scaffold, and then we'll slowly move on with each of the widget that we are going to use inside of our Flutter application. So this is a simple counter app that we are going to build, and in the coming up lecture, we'll try to understand much of this stuff, like what is stateful, what is stateless, how to create a button, how to create column, right? All of those stuff. So that's all for this lesson, and we will meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Let us try to understand the main function in Flutter and the Dart. So if you take a look in the main.dart file, we have the void main function over here. So if you go inside your Flutter counter app, and we have the lib, and then we have the main.dart file. So this main.dart file is the main file of our Flutter application over here, and we have over here a main function. So this main function is the entry point of our Flutter and the Dart application over here. So without this particular main function, we are unable to, or we will be unable to run our Flutter or the Dart program over here. And if you take a look, we get the run option over here, or debug or the profile option on this particular main function over here, and we don't get all of those the option over here in rest of our classes that we have over here. So the main function that we have over here is the entry point for our Flutter and the Dart. So whether you are running a Flutter application or whether you are running a Dart application, the void main function over here is the entry point of our application. So which means that whenever you are running any of the application from here, so it will look for this particular main function over here. If you don't have that particular main function, your application is not going to run. So make sure don't delete this particular main function over here. Similarly, like the Java also has the entry point of the main function, right? So here in the Dart, we also have the entry function, which is of the main over here, and in this main function where we run our application. So once we enters this particular main function, we are able to run our Flutter app from here, or we are also able to call other functionality inside this particular main function over here before starting off our application. And once it enters the main function, it creates the main thread for our Flutter application or the UI thread. So don't worry about the UI threads and the background threads for now. We will be covering up in our coming up lecture. For now, you just need to remember the main function over here is the entry point of our Flutter and the Dart application. Without that particular main function, we are unable to run our Flutter or the Dart app over here. So that's all for this lesson. Hope you got the point of the main function and why we have this particular main function over here. So let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Let us try to understand the run app method or the function inside of our main function over here. So if you take a look, we have the run app function over here, which takes the widget as the argument over here, So the run app is a function in the Flutter that is used to start the execution of our Flutter app over here. And if you don't call this one, our Flutter app will not show any of the UI in your mobile device screen. So if you want to see something on the UI, you must call the run app in the main function over here. If this run app, the function is not here, then we are not executing any of the Flutter widget over here, and you will not see anything on the screen over there, or you'll just see a blank screen over there. So this run app takes the widget, which will be used as the root widget on your Flutter application. So this is currently our root widget, which returns the which is of the material app, and it is extending the stateless widget, and it returns the material app for us. And inside this material app, we are returning our counter screen. So now once we run this particular run app function, it's going to run our counter screen, and we can see our counter screen in our Flutter application. So this is the entry point for the Flutter application to start any of our Flutter app UI. And you can go and read the documentation for this one. And if you go and take a look, inflate the given widget and attach it to the screen. So whatever widget we pass in over here, right, it inflates that to the screen, so you can see something, or you can see a UI in your screen over here. And you can also call the multiple times this particular run app. There is no limit of calling this one, but we should only call once. That is a good practice. But if you have something, or if you have some logic that you need to run a multiple time, it is still okay. Then there is an option that you can call it a multiple times over here, but usually we just call it a one time to attach our root widget to our Flutter application. So what will happen once we call this particular run app in the multiple times is that the calling a run app again will detach the previous widget, right, from the screen, and attach the given widget to replace it, right? And which means that once we call the another time the run app, the previous one will be detached, right? So it will be detached from your screen, and again the new one will replace the previous screen over here, right? So then this one will become a root widget. And again, if you call this one, then the previous one will be detached from the screen, and then this particular one will be attached to the screen,
as the root of your Flutter application over here. And you can see the new widget tree is compared against the previous widget tree, and any difference are applied to the underlying render tree, similar to what happens when the stateful widgets rebuilds after calling the set state. So don't worry about the stateful widget. We are going to cover in our coming up lecture, and also the don't worry about the render tree. We will be covering it on to our coming up lectures. So for now, what you just have to remember is the run app is the Flutter framework method over here, which executes our given widget as the root widget over here. So whatever widget you pass in over here, it will be rendered as a root widget in our Flutter application. And also we can call multiple times the run app over here, and once we call this one with the new widget over here, the previous one is replaced with the new one, and previous one is detached from the screen, and we will see a new screen once we pass in the new widget over here. So I guess that's all for this lesson, and hope you got the point about the run app. Make sure to go and read the documentation over here, and you will understand much more clearly. So that's all for this lesson, and we will meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us try to understand the material app over here, or the material app widget that we have used over here. And you may be wondering that why there is a material app that we have to use once we create our root widget over here. So you may be a little familiar with the root widget. Previously we learned about the run app, where we need to pass in the root widget for our application, and in our root widget we are passing as a main, and this is returning us the material app over here. So the material app is a widget in the Flutter that provides us with the material design guideline, and it is a pre-built widget that includes all of the various features and the functionality to build our Flutter app with the material design guideline. So it manages like the app navigation, and we can provide initial route and the route configuration. We can provide the light and the dark theme. We can provide the different languages or the internalization of our Flutter app, and all of those are provided using the material app, the widget over here. So basically we'll be using this particular material app inside of our application in just a single place, or it is a root widget that we are passing it to the Flutter app. So once we create the root widget, we always make use of the material app over here. All right, so once we have this particular root widget, this is the main app that is passed to the run app function over here. So this is our root widget over here. So in the root widget we make use of the material app, so it will be easier for us to implement all of the material design guideline, and it also provides the functionality like the theming, the translation, right, navigation are provided through this particular material app over here. So you can also go and read the documentation over here, and in the constructor of this particular material app, or the arguments that we have to pass in, you can see it takes a lot of the arguments that we can pass into this particular material app over here. So you can see that we can pass in the navigation key, scaffold messenger key, home widget, right? You can pass in the different routes, initial route, and then the you can also pass in the title, color, theme over here, dark theme, right? And also you can pass in the localization. All of these are provided through the material app over here. This the class that creates the instance of the widget app. And if you go on to the top over here, and you can see here, we will see that it describes. Okay, so this is the theme mode, but I guess we have some here. Let's go. So here is the one application that uses the material design guideline over here. A convenience widgets that wraps the number of widgets that are commonly required for material app design application. So here we are going to run our material app design application using this particular material app function, or material app, the widget that we are passing over here. This is not a function, this is a class. All right, so this is the widget that we are passing it to our as a root widget to our main app over here. So this is returning over here. So just remember that the material app is the widget in the Flutter. It is a built-in widget from that the Flutter provides, which will make our developer life easy to implement a material design guideline, and it also provides a lot of the functionality for us to make use inside of our application, like the translation, navigation, theming. All of those are provided through this material app over here. So I guess you got the point over here, why we use a material app over here inside of our root widget that we are passing to the run app over here. So that's all for this lesson, and we'll meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us try to understand what is a class and why we are using it over here. So we have created a class main app that extends the stateless widget. So let us try to understand the class over here. So class, in any programming that we are going to use, class is a blueprint to create any object. So here we are creating the main app as an object over here. So this is an object now. So main app that we have constructed over here is an object over here. So once we have to create an object over here, we are creating the we are using the class keyword over here to create an object of the main app, which is a blueprint of our object over here, and it can define the properties, right? It can defines the behavior, like the methods that the object of the class will have. So this is the object, this is a class, so it can have the method over here. Currently we don't have any of the properties, but you can just define a final age equals to of the 0. So this is the property or the attribute of this particular blueprint or the object over here, and the object are the instance of the class. So this is the object over here. We have created an object of the main app, so this is the instance of this particular class of the main app. So here we have created an object, and this is the instance of this particular class main app over here. And in the object oriented programming, we make use of the class. So the class are the concept of the object oriented programming, like the OOP or the object oriented programming, and they are used to the model the real world object over here, right? So we can see the main app is an object, so we are creating a class of the main app, and then later we can construct it an object using you can see that main app, and then we pass in the parentheses over here. So this will construct that particular object of that class main app over here. So in the simple words, the class is just a blueprint for creating our object over here. And if you are not familiar with the OOP, it may be a bit difficult to understand over here, and we will not covering the object oriented programming here. But if you are interested, you can check out my course on the object oriented programming, and you can also grab it from the YouTube, or you can also grab it from my particularly the website. And also I guess I have a free YouTube video on the object oriented programming. So I guess that's all for this lesson, and hope you understand the class concept over here. And in the next lecture we are going to understand about the stateless widget over here. So till then, have a great day. Let us try to understand the stateless widget over here that we have make use. So our main app is extending a stateless widget over here, and let us try to understand what is a stateless widget in a Flutter application. In Flutter, a stateless widget is a base class for any widget, and that doesn't require any of the mutable state. If your widget that we have built over here, this is a widget object which is of the main app, if it doesn't require any changes of our state, right? If you're not going to update the state, like in the counter app we have the internet state of the counter that needs to be changed when the user press on that particular button. So whenever we are pressing a button over here, we are updating the state over here, or we are changing the value of the counter. So in the this particular main app, it extends the stateless widget because we don't have anything to update over here. So once the Flutter runs and create this widget, there is no other way to update the internal state of this particular main app widget. So we don't have any state that needs to be updated over here. So which basically means that the once the widget is built already, it doesn't change. So if we build this main app widget or main app object as object over here, once we construct it, then there it's not going to change. It doesn't require any change over here. So in that case, we are going to make use of the stateless widget. It doesn't require any of the state to be changed. The build method over here, right? So the build method that we have inside of our stateless widget, it call only once. And so in the stateful widget, later we'll see that it is called multiple times, but here in the stateless widget, once this build method is called, it's just called once that particular the main app object is constructed. So then there is no other way to call this particular build method again over here. So this is really a good option if you have a widget that doesn't change the internal state. So if you have some widget that you need to build which doesn't change with the once you run that particular widget, or it doesn't have any option to rebuild it again, then we are going to use a stateless widget in that case. So just remember that the stateless widget is a base class in the Flutter, and we are going to use that stateless widget when once we don't have any requirement to mutate the state, or which means that we are not going to update the any state inside that particular widget. So in the main app, we don't have any other state that need to be updated once we construct that particular main app over here. So I guess you got the point over here, and in our coming up lesson we will be using the stateless widget once we don't have anything to update inside that particular object over here. So inside this widget, once we don't have anything to update, then we will be always be using a stateless widget over here. So I guess that's all for this particular lesson, and we will meet up in the next lesson. Till then, have a great day. Let us try to understand the stateful widget over here, and in the previous lesson we learned about the stateless widget. So in Flutter, the stateful widget is a base class for the widget that requires a mutable state, which basically means that you want to mutate the state of that particular widget. So it means that the widget can change its appearance based on the change of that particular state. So if you have something inside of your widget that need to be changed based on the user interaction or based on certain condition and events, then we make use of the stateful widget. So stateful widget will help us to rebuild our widget. So whenever there is a changes on the state, it will rebuild our widget, and we can see the updated value inside of our application or the screen. So if you go and take a look in the we have the build method over here. In the previous on the stateless widget, we mentioned that the build method is called only once, right? But in the stateful widget, we have this particular build method over here, but this build method can be called multiple times inside of our stateful widget. So it's not just the one time, but whenever there is a change on the state, which means that once we call the set state, it is going to update the value of our counter over here, which means there is a change on the state using the set state over here. So the set state is used to update that particular value. So if you don't use the set state, if you just call this one outside of this one, then that's not going to update the UI. But if you want to update the UI and show the updated value to the UI, so we just make use of the set state over here. So we'll later understand about the set state and how it works internally, but for now just remember that if you want to update or if you want to mutate the value inside of your stateful widget, we have to make use of the set state, and this set state can only be used inside of the stateful widget over here. So if you make use of the stateless widget, then we can't have that particular set state function over here. So the stateful widget is a widget in the Flutter that is used to mutate the state. Basically, this stateful widget itself is the immutable, but the state that we have is immutable. So this particular build, the method that we have over here, will be called multiple times once we update the state over here. So I guess you got the point. The use case of this particular stateful widget is that if you have some mutable state inside of your widget that need to be updated on the event base, like you just press a button or you receive some value from the storage or the API, you want to update that particular value, right? And you want to show the loading state and then the error state. You want to show the data. So you have a different state inside of your application. It can you need to show the different kind of the condition like error, loading, and you want to show the data. So all of these need changes on your UI. So once you get the updated value, you have to show error widget. Once you get updated value, you want to show a loading state. So all of those needs a state or the internal mutability of your particular values. So in that case, we need to make use of the stateful widget. So I guess you got the point why we use a stateful and also the stateless widget. So that's all for this lesson, and we'll meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us try to understand about the set state and how it works internally over here. And once we are using a stateful widget over here, we get access to this state class over here. And once we have access to this particular state, we get access to the set state method over here. So once we call this particular set state method, it is saying that some state has been changed, and we are calling the Flutter framework, please go and update, or please go and call the rebuild method to update that particular widget over here. So the set state is one of the important function in the Flutter framework once we are using the stateful widget, and it helps us to update the state of our application, or it helps us to update the data of this particular widget over here. So once we call this particular set state over here, it's something like saying, hey, some data has been changed on this particular widget, please go and call the rebuild method over here. So once we call this one, and Flutter internally goes and does all of the stuff and call this particular build method again. So once we call this particular set state over here, it's saying that, hey, something has changed, or I have updated this particular value over here, please go and rebuild, or please go and call the rebuild method over here to update that particular updated value over here. So if you go to this particular set state, the method over here, you can see that it has a lot of the validation. It's going to check some condition over here, but at the end you can see that it will call this particular function, which is mark needs build, or mark needs to build. So we basically call this one as a mark to rebuild over here, but the actual function is the mark needs build. So once this particular function is called, all of this validation is passed, and it will mark that particular element to be mark need build. And once we call this particular function, there is also some of the validation process going on here, and finally it will mark that particular widget as a dirty. So once the widget is marked as a dirty, it will be scheduled to be rebuilt on the next one. So schedule build for, so it will be marked for the rebuild on the next frame. So once you receive a new Flutter receives a new frame, that particular widget will be rebuilt, and this particular build method is called again. So I guess you got the point over here. So let us go through one more time. Once we call this particular set state over here, it is saying that, hey, something has changed in this particular widget, please go and call the rebuild method. And internally this particular set state method goes and call the mark needs build method over here, or the function over here, and this method will set this particular widget as a dirty. So you can see it will set it as a dirty,
and once it has set it to be dirty, it will be scheduled for a rebuild on the next frame over here. So on the next frame, Flutter is going to call this particular build method again for us, and we will receive a updated value. So I guess you got the point over here, and make sure to go and read all of those over here if you want to understand more about it. And we will meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Let us try to understand about the widget over here, and I have used this particular word multiple times over here, and you may be wondering what is a widget actually. So in Flutter, the widget is a building block of our graphical user interface, or the UI over here. The Flutter framework builds the UI entirely with this particular widget, and we can think of this particular widget as some interactive elements like the text button, checkbox, right? And you have the slider, you have the app bar, you have the list, and all of those are the UI, right? So in everything that you see on the screen is actually a widget. So in Flutter, the widget is the building block of our UI, and this is also one of the important questions that you usually get asked in the interview. So make sure to remember it and don't get confused about it. Let us learn about the widget tree in the Flutter. And whenever we are creating any of the Flutter application, you will always hear about the widget tree. So let's see what is a widget tree over here. So let's go, and I will try to draw something over here. So let's say you have a particular widget over here, right? So this is your top widget, and this is your material app over here. And if you go back to the project over here, you will see that this is of the material app, which is from your main. So in the main function, we have the run app, and in the run app, we are calling the main app, which returns us the material app from here. So this is typically the root of the widget tree. So this is a root widget we call. So let's say this is of the root widget that we have. And let's say you have the one more screen over here. So let's say this is your one screen, and this is of the A screen, and then you have the another screen over here, and this is of the B screen. And let's say you have another screen over here, and this is of the, let's say, a C, and then you have again over here that is of the D, right? And you have another one which is of the, let's say, E over here, and then you have the another one which is of the, let's say, this is of the F, right? And so lots and lots of the widget when you are actually building our application. So let's say you have a lot of the widgets, and all of these are connected in this way, right? So you can see here it is linked together. So A will open a C, C will open a D, or maybe you from here you open a B, or let's say not from here. So maybe from here you open a B, and from here maybe open this way, or maybe from here you open a C again. So in this way you can have a lot of the relation over here, right? So from the parent to the child. So this is your parent, this is your child, and then you have a parent and you have a child. So in this way you can have a lot of the widgets that are that has the parent and then the child relationship over here. So once you have this kind of the relationship, or once you have application that make use of more than one screen, so it has to be a widget tree is something like a hierarchical structure of your widgets. So you have from top to bottom a hierarchy setup over here, and it represents your UI, right? So whenever you're building application, you require a UI over here. So the widget tree is nothing but it's a hierarchical structure of the widgets that represents your user interface over here. And as you know, these are the UI are the building block of your any of the Flutter application. So this may be screen, this may be a dialog, so a lot of the other stuff that may be interconnected over here. So whenever you are hearing a word a widget tree,
You can just imagine, or you can just think that this is a hierarchical structure of your widget that you are building in the Flutter application. So if you go to the project, you may have a material app, and material app can link to the home screen, and the home screen can link to a grid view, and then the grid view can link to a card. So all those are stacked, or they have got some kind of the hierarchically link each other to the parent. So the root of the widget will be always of your material app or the Cupertino app, right? So whether you are using a Cupertino style, or whether you are using a material design over here, so depending on that one, it may be your root of the widget over here. So as you can see over here, as you go back over here, so this is the root of the widget, and it has the parent and the child relationship for each of your widget over here. So I guess you got the point over here. So let's meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us try to learn about the build context in this particular lesson. And the build context is the representation of the location of the widget within a widget tree. So if you have learned a previous lesson, we saw about the widget tree. So let's look into this particular home screen over here as an example. We have a stateless widget over here, and we need to override this particular build method over here, which returns us the widget over here, and it takes the parameter of the build context over here, so as a context over here. So what exactly is this particular build context over here, and why we are passing it to the build method over here? So the build context, it just represents the location of this particular widget, which is of the home widget within a widget tree. So in the previously we saw the widget tree, so it's exactly what it is saying over here. It's saying that it provides the location of this particular home screen in that particular widget tree. and the widget itself doesn't keep track about that, but the build context is the one that will keep track of that. So where is the location of this particular home screen in a widget tree, and it also provides a lot of the other information like the media query, scaffold, and then the navigation, right? Everything requires a context or the build context over there. So let's look into the stateless widget itself over here. It extends from the widget over here, and if you go down, you will see that it has the we need to override this particular method, which is of the build, and here we are passing that particular build context. That is what we have this particular method, as we are extending from the stateless widget class over here. So if you go to the widget class, this is of the abstract class, right? And we are just extending it from the widget over here. And the one interesting functionality that you will find over here is this particular method over here, which is which returns the stateless element, and it calls the function to create that particular element. And if you look the doc over here, or documentation, create an stateless element over here. It's not a widget over here. Create an stateless widget to manage this widget location in the widget tree. So that is what we are talking about. It is a location of that particular widget in a widget tree. So once the create element is called, so once we are extending this from, and it calls the create element, this create elements will create a stateless element over here in case of the stateless widget. But if you go to, let's say I want to go to the stateful widget over here, so this is also stateless. Let me go to the stateful over here, and let's go on to the stateful over here. Now you will see that this will create a stateful element, right? So this is a create element, and it's going to create a stateful, right? And let's go and take a look what is this particular stateful over here. And it creates the it extends from the component element over here. So what exactly is this particular component element? So if you go over here, and you will see that it extends again from the element class, and if you go to this particular element, it implements the build context over here. So similarly, if you go to the stateless, and let's open up the stateless, and let's go to what it is creating. It's creating a element for us, so it is creating a stateless element. So let's go over here, and it is again extending from the component element. And if you go over here, so you will see that it is extending again from element, and this element over here, it implements the build context over here. So you can just go and look into it over here, right? So the framework creates the element by calling a widget tree that create element. So that particular element is how it is, that the element is the one that will track your particular the location of that particular widget. So widget itself doesn't keep track of itself, so where the position of that particular widget. But once you create the element over here, so let's say once you create that particular element, the element is the one that keeps track of that particular location of the widget tree. So stateless element to manage the widget location in the tree. So once you create a let's say a row widget or a card widget, right? So it's going to call this particular create element, which is of the either stateless or whether it's of the stateful widget. This will create a element for us, and that element is going to track that particular location of that particular widget in a elementary. So let's say it's something similarly that what we have done previously. So these are the boxes, and you can see these are the different kind of the boxes that we have, right? And this one you can think of the element tree over here. So previously we saw the widget tree. So now let's take a look into the, this is of our element tree. So let's say this is of the element tree over here, and this is of the root of the widget, and we have the link over here, and these are the one that are kept track. So let's say your home screen is over here. So this is of the home screen over here, and the element, once you create the element, it will keep track of this particular home screen over here. So where is the location of this particular widget in this particular element tree, right? This can be removed or replaced by the another widget, like let's say of the another widget over here, and this can be replaced and this can be removed. So the element tree over here will keep track of all of those information, which element is removed, which element is added over here. So the element tree keep tracks of that particular information and sync back to the widget tree that we have, right? So we just have a widget tree over here, right? We have the widget tree. So widget trees that we previously saw, so it also has this particular the widget tree, but this widget doesn't keep any of the information, like the location of that information, right, and the parent information. All of those are maintained by the element tree. So we have the widget tree and then we have the element tree over here. So we also have one more, which is of the render tree object over here, or the render object tree. So that we will look into that in our coming up lesson. But for now, just remember that the once you create that particular widget, so build context is the one that keep track of this particular home screen or any of other widget that you create using a build context. It will keep track and provide you the information like the context dot the navigate, like the context dot the theme, and then the all of those other information that is required for to track your particular widget in the element tree over here. So it may be quite confusing over here, but that is how it works. Here we have the widget tree and then we have the element tree. The element tree is the one that keeps tracks of the location of your each and every widget that we have over here. So this is of the widget that we have, right? The widget tree doesn't keep track of the any of itself, right, its information, but the element tree is the one that keep track of those information. So that's all. I hope you got the point over here, and make sure to go and check out the documentation about the element tree and then the widget tree, right, and as well as of the build context. So that's all for this lesson, and we'll meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us try to learn about the scaffold, and previously we have made use of this scaffold, but you may be wondering why we are using it. What is the purpose of this particular scaffold over here? So this in Flutter, the scaffold is provided by the Flutter itself, and it's come pre-built with the Flutter framework. It provides the default layout and the structure for your application, and it includes the things like the app bar, like the button bar, right, action bar, and then the body, and like your drawer. So all of those are provided this using this scaffold. So you can think of scaffold each a widget that provides a default layout structure for your application. So let's try to make use one of it. I'll go and create a new folder over here. Let's create the new folder, and I'll call it one as a SCREN screen over here. Sorry, and the spelling is error over there. So it should be of the SCREN screen. And here I'll just go and create the new file. Let's call this one as a home scren screen.the file. So whenever you're creating this particular file name, you need to follow this particular caching over here. So as I mentioned previously, that we need to follow the snake case over here. And let's create the class over here of the home scren screen over here, scren screen over here, that extends the stateless widget over here, and we'll go and import our package that will be of the Flutter material package over here. And once we have that, we need to override this particular build method, and let's just remove from here all of this, and I'll just focus on one concept, which is of the currently the body. And this body, I'll just go and make this one as a home screen into the center of over here. And as you can see in this particular scaffold, you get a lot of the other options. You have the app bar, you have the body, you have floating action button, floating action button location, right? And then you have a lot of other options like the drawer, undrawer change, bottom seed, background color. So there are a lot of the predefined app structure that we can use. So once we are creating a new screen over here, we always make use of this scaffold because it provides the default layout structure for us, so you don't have to manually go and create all of those spend a lot of times on it. And we basically make use whenever we create a new screen. So scaffold is a default layout structure for your app. And you can just go to the main over here, and instead of this home from here, just call that particular home screen over here. So we'll just replace that home screen over here, and it gives some error. The constructor can be called it's a constructor, so we need to remove this one from here. Okay, so let's go and make this one as let's add the constructor for this one as well. So once we add the constructor, then we are good to go, so we don't get that any error. So in this particular class, we have the we added the constructor for this particular home screen class over here. And for this one also, we can add the const over here because everything is a const over here, right? Nothing is immutable. Then we are good to go over here. So that should be the one that we are currently looking for. And we have successfully implemented our scaffold. Don't worry about the rest of the other features over here. Currently we are just making use of the body, but later we will in the next step we are going to add the app bar and then the body and the floating action button. So we will continue slowly, but first of all, let us try to understand what is a scaffold. Yeah, hello there and welcome back, and let us continue over here. And in the previous lesson we learned about the scaffold, so let us go and try to add the app bar to our scaffold over here. So for that, let me just try to rebuild our application, or just hard reload, and we got to see the home screen in our particular screen over here. So next step is we'll go and add the app bar to our home screen. So let's go and add the app bar over here, and we will go and add the app bar over here as well. So let's go and add the app bar, and I'll remove the const from here because we can't add the const once we have the app bar, and we'll just make this one as a const for now. So let's just try to go and hot reload, and now you can't see any of those changes because we need to add some of the properties over here. So let's go and add the first of all the title, and title will be of the const text of the home screen. Let's just go and add. So now you can see that we have the home screen, and in the iOS you can see it's on the center, but in the Android we'll see that it's on the left hand side over here. So let's go to let's add this some more. So I'll just go and call this one as a center, title to be of the true over here, and let's try to hot reload again. Now you can see that in the iOS and the Android, now we see the this particular title to be of the centered over here. And next we can also add some background color over here. So just color the red, and you can just keep, okay, so I'll just go and give the shade of, and not the, let's say shade of the 550. So let's try to see how it looks like. So now you can see that we got that color over here. That looks cool, right? And also next we are going to add the elevation over here, and you can just go and say it requires a double, so 0.5 of the elevation. Let's try to hot reload over here, and now you can see that it's a bit lifted over here. So now you can see some kind of the arrow, right? So it has been elevated, right? And it requires a double, and you can go and play around with that particular value. So I'll also just go and add the toolbar height, and you can also assign the toolbar height to of the 100 or something. So let's go and add that one. So now you can see that it changes that particular height. And if you don't want to change that, that's perfectly fine. If you want to keep it default one, right? So the default one should be around 56, I guess. But if you want, you can always go and change that particular height to be a bigger one depending on your requirement as well. And also you can change the toolbar opacity over here. to something like let's add to the 0.5 or something, and let's change that one. So now you can see it's a bit the light over here, or there is some kind of the opacity applied, right? So you can add those opacity as well. And if you want to add the some kind of the action over here, or the buttons to this particular app bar, we are going to add using the actions over here. So using the actions, we can add the, let's add the icon button over here for now, and don't worry about these icon buttons and all of the stuff, later we'll cover. Let's try to just go and add some default icon over here. And now you can see, if I go and reload, you will see that we got that particular action icon over here. And also I can just go and copy this one. Since this is a list over here, we can add a multiple items inside that. So I'll just go and add the another one as the, let's say this one is of the notification. So let's just go and add that one as well. So now you can see we got that particular 2 icon in our actions over here. So let's go down. There are a couple of the 4 properties we can add. So I can just go and add the leading over here, and in the leading I'll just go and add the const of the icon, or I can just go and add the icon button itself, and here let's go and I guess I can copy this one from here, and let's try to add it over here. And here I'll just go and add the icon of the menu over here. And if I go and reload this one, and now you can see that we got the menu icon over here, and we got the menu icon over here. So now you can add a click listener to this particular menu, right, to open a drawer or some different menu over here. That's cool. So now we got that particular leading as well. And let's go and add some more a bit option over here. Let's try to format this particular code. Let's go down and let's add the can also add the shape over here. For the shape, I'll just go and add the round rectangle border. Inside this particular round rectangle border, I can define a border radius of let's say around a 20, or I'll just give it as a 16 for now. So let's just try to go and see. Now you can see there is some kind of the radius applied to this particular screen, or the app bar over here. So you can see at the bottom, you will see we get some the radius applied over here, the corner radius, right? And then I can also add the something like a button over here. So if you want to add some button, it also takes the preferred size widget over here, and that will be of the, let's ask the preferred size with preferred sized, right? So let's just go and add this one over here, and let's go and arrange this one properly. And let me try to arrange this one. And here in the preferred size, I'll just go make use of the size dot from, I guess from the height over here, and let's add the height of the 50 over here. So I'll just make this one as a const to remove that the warning message. And the child, I'll just go and add the text over here, and I'll just go and say this is the bottom over here, bottom data over here, and just make this one as a const for now. And I can remove this const from here and as well as from here, and let's just try to reload it. So now you get that particular bottom data with the height added extra of the 50 over here. So now this is what we get over here, bottom data, it's applied over here. And also you can add the let's go and add the bottom opacity over here, and we will add the same as 0.5 as the app bar. So let's just go and add that one over here, so it matches with the top one over here. So I guess that's all for this one. We have covered a lot of the topic in the app bar. We try to add a lot of this stuff over here. Make sure to go and play around with it and try to see what it is provided inside this particular app bar, and you can try to go and play around with this one. So you can just click the control and then the mouse click, or the command and mouse click on the macOS, and try to look into it and provide the try to play around with this particular properties over here. So I guess that's all for this lesson, and we will meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day.
Let us continue with our lesson over here, and in this lesson let us try to learn about the column widget. So for that, let's go to our home screen again over here, and in this particular home screen let us try to add a new folder, and I'll just call this one as sort of like the widget over here. And inside this I'll just go and add a new folder that will be of the home, and here in this home I'm going to create a new file that will be of the, let's say, a column widget widget dot the dot file. So the folder structure you don't have to follow, but I just would like to create in this way. So let's go and have a class over here again, and that will be of the home sorry, this will be of the column widget over here, right? And that extends the stateless widget over here, and we have the constructor for that one. And let's go and override add override over here, and we need to override the build method over here, and we also need to go and import the package, right? So import the Flutter slash the material package over here, and from here we need to return from here a column. So let's go and return a column over here, and let us close it over here. And inside this column we need to return children over here. So children, because we need to return a list over here. So you can see column has a children, because children means that you can add a multiple widget over here. And previously, if you take a look here in the text, we just written a simple text over here, right? And in button we just written one icon over here, right? And in action there was a list, so we can pass in the multiple items inside here. So similarly in the column it has the children. Children means that you can add a multiple list of the widget over here. So it's not just a single widget, but we can add a list of the widget. That's why we get a list over here. So inside this particular list, let's go and add the text for now. Just a simple text over here. I'm going to add the 1. Let's make this one as a 1, and we can add the rest of like a 2, 3, and also let us add up to 10 over here. So I'm going to add up to a 10. I'll just go and set this one as a const for now. And once I add this one, now I can go back to the home screen over here, and I can replace this particular center home text with our column widget that we just created. So I can just import that one over here and make it as a const over here. So I can just go and hot reload from here, and now you can see we got that 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So column means that you can arrange the widget or the item inside that particular column in a vertical direction. So from top to bottom or top to down, each in the vertical direction. So let's go back and let us try to change some of the properties over here. In the column you have a lot more properties, right? You have keys. For the keys we will be covering up in the later, but let us try to cover the main axis alignment over here. So let's go and add the main axis alignment over here, and the main axis alignment I'll just go and set it to center. And if you try to hot reload over here, you'll see that all of the items are moved to the center in the vertical direction, right? So this from the top to bottom, so you can see it moved to the center of the screen over here. So similarly you can change it in a different way, like you can just put it to the end and it will move to the end, and you can also do like the space evenly, right? So that will arrange it evenly on the screen over. So you have a different option over here, right? Space around, space between, and you can go and play around with all of this. And the next is we will go over here and we want to have a cross axis alignment over here. So the cross axis alignment, you have a center and start and the stretch. So let's go and set it to the I guess let's move to the end over here. And if I hard reload, you can see that it just moved a little bit, but it didn't move to end over here. That is because the text is covering only a space that is required, so it doesn't cover the whole width of this particular screen. That's why we get that one. So for that, what we can do is, I guess we can wrap this particular with a widget over here, and let's make this one color color. I guess we can make it as a color box for now, and just add a color over here, and colors colors dot, maybe I can add something like a black 45 over here, and let's try to hard reload over here. So now you can see that we have this small space that is covered by this particular column over here. So let's just make this one as a const over here, so we don't see that particular warning over there. Okay, so now it looks better. Now you can see that we have that, and if I try to arrange the item to the start, so you'll see that it will move to the start over here. If I set it to the center over here, it will move it to the center over here. So it's just covering the required space over here. It doesn't cover the whole of the width. So if you want to cover that, I guess I can just add some container for now, container container, and don't worry about it, later we'll cover this one. So I'll just go and add some color to this one, color the teal, let's just add the teal color for this one, and I'll just go and set the width for this one to be of I'll cover the whole width. So media query, sorry, not this one, media query, let's just go and add the context, media query dot off, right? So dot off the context. Don't worry about all of this, later we'll cover this one. So I just want to get the size over here, size dot the width, and I guess that should be the one. And here I need to have a child over here, and in the child I'll just go and set it to the const of the, I'll just go and set it to the text for now, and I'll just say this is a column column over here, and we got that const. The container cannot be of the const, so we need to remove the const from the top over here, and now it looks better. So I can just go and set it as a const over here. And now if I go and reload, now you can see that it is covering the we just set the container over here, right? So now it is following that particular the width of this particular container. So it's wrapping up the whole, so it's pushing up the column to cover the whole like the whole width over here. And now we see that these are the items that we have defined over here, right? And next, let's go and add the main axis size over here. So we can also set it the main axis size over here, and by default you can see that the main axis size is of the max, and the main axis alignment is of the start, and then the cross axis alignment is of the center. So let's go and set this one to be of the start over here, and now I set it to the min. By default it is of the max. Now you'll see the change over here. So now it doesn't it doesn't move to the full space available over here. It doesn't cover up the whole space available over here, but it just takes the minimum space available to it. Minimize the amount of free space along the main axis subject to the incoming layout constraint. So you can just copy this particular dog, and it is always good to add the dog to your code so you can remember this particular concept. And place the children with their start age alignment to the start. Okay, so I guess you may not understand that one, but I'll just go and add some comment over here. So the cross axis alignment, let's say cross axis alignment is to arrange the item, right? So we need to arrange arrange children in a
not the vertical. This should be of the horizontal direction, horizontal, and it should be of the direction over here. That is because in the column, the cross-axis alignment arrange the item in the horizontal direction, so in this direction over here. If you change this one, it will go to the it will arrange that one to the end, so it will move that one in the horizontal direction to the end over here. And now this is for the so I need to go and set this one to the main axis alignment, right? So it will be of the arrange the children in a vertical direction over here, and this will be of the it should be of the cross-axis alignment. So these are the comments that you can read. So this is to arrange the children in the vertical direction, right? So this is in the vertical direction from top to bottom, and then cross-axis alignment is from arrange the item from the left to right or the horizontal direction over here. And next we are going to cover up the let's say a vertical, and they also have a vertical direction over here, and we can set the vertical direction the down or up. So if you set it to the down, right, and if you take a look over here, by default it's down, so it's on from top to bottom over here. So if you just go and hot reload, it doesn't do anything. I guess you can't see that one, so let's move this one to the center over here. And if I set it to up, so it should reverse that particular, right? So let's just go and do that one. Now you can see it reversed that particular column. So now this column which is on the top is moved to the bottom, and similarly it goes in the reverse order, right? So from here to here, the 10 is on the top. So this way you can reverse up this particular column over here. And also we have some more option like the text. I guess there is a text baseline and also the text direction. So text direction, you can either set it to the right to left, or you can also set it to the left to right. So by default it's always if you take a look over here, that it is an I guess it's the text direction is a nullable type over here, so it doesn't matter. So if I go and hot reload, it doesn't affect over here because this is on the column, but later we'll see in the row itself. And right to left, so it's from the right to left, right, but it doesn't have much effect over here, as you can see in the column, but later we'll see in the row that it has much more effect. And the another option would be of the text baseline. There is also text baseline, text text baseline. Then it's alphabetic, right? A horizontal, this one you can see that it is this horizontal line used to align the bottom of the glimpse for the alphabetic character. So you can see that it doesn't have much effect. But if I go and set this one to be of the ideologic, so these are ideologic are some kind of the graphical symbol, right? Once you may have seen some kind of the text that has some kind of the symbols, right? Like the turn right, turn left, and there are some kind of the symbols that represent some kinds of the text actually, right? So that kind of the ideographic, that basically means that one. But as you can see, there is not much effect over here, but usually what we use is most of the time we go around with the space around the main axis alignment, cross axis alignment, and then we have the main axis size, and seldom we make use of this vertical direction over here. And rest of the things, I guess we don't make use of this one in the column as well. So that's all for this lesson. So just remember that once you make use of the column, we set to all of the children, we have to set the children over here, and children that we add, we can add a multiple widget over here, and that will be arranged in the vertical direction. So it will be arranged in the vertical direction, which means from the top to bottom. So that's all, and next lesson we will be learning about the column. So till then, have a great day. Let's try to learn about the row widget over here. So for that, I'll go over here and create the new file, and let's call this one as ro
w row and then the wid we get dot file. And once we have that, let's create the class of the row wid d row we get over here, and that will extend the stateless widget itself. And let's go and import our material package over here. And once we are done with that, let's go and add the build method over here. Let's just go and override that one, and from here we need to return our row over here, right? And row has the children, and let's go and set that one over here. And in the children, let's go and copy what we had in our column we get over here. So I'll just copy the same thing from here, and let us go and paste it over here, right? So I'll just go and paste it over here. And the next thing that I need to do is I need to close this one over here, and let us also wrap this one with the another widget that will be of the color box, so you can actually go and see that the background of that particular row. So let's just go and add the color, colors colors dot the, I'll just go and set to black 45. I guess that should be fine. And we need to go to our home screen, and now we need to copy this one. I'll just go and copy and paste it below, and I'll just go and comment out this one, and I'll just replace this one with the row widget that we just defined. So once we have that, we are good to go. And let's just try to reload our application, and now you can see that we got that one, but you can see there is some error over here. So why is that? So let's go back to our row widget over here, and now we see that I have set that one to the cover the whole width. So this container is actually covering that particular whole width. So I can just go and remove that one from here, and let's go and remove that, and let's just set it this one to be of the row over here. And if you just reload that one, you can see that this particular row is covering this particular portion, and then we have the 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 in the horizontal direction. So let us try to add so we need to add the main axis alignment over here, and I can set the main axis alignment to the center over here, and now you can see everything is moved to that particular center over here. And by default that is to be of the start. The main axis alignment is of to be start over here. And previously we saw that the main axis alignment arranged the children in the vertical direction, but as you can see in the row, it is arranging in the horizontal direction, right, from the left to right over here. So next is the cross axis alignment, and I can set to the cross axis alignment to be of the let's say to be of the start over here. And you can see that it doesn't have any effect. So if I go and change it to the center again over here, and you can see that it doesn't have any effect for that one. That is because what we have done over here is it is just on this will affect. Okay, so let's just copy this one from here, the comment, and I can just go and paste that one over here. So once I paste that one, it should be on the vertical direction, so from the top to the bottom. So it doesn't have much space. As you can see, the row is covering just the you can see that it is just covering the space available for this particular text. So this text has a limited width, so that is only covering up that one. So what I can do is to fix that one. I can just set some height for this one, and I can just go and set the height of the 100 for now. And now you can see that now this is covered over here, and this is the background of this particular row. So now you can see row has this particular 100 width, right? And sorry, not the width, it is the height over here. So what we can do now is we can play around with this one to see. So I'll just set it to start over here and just reload. So you can see it went to the top. So this is
arranging the or arranging the children to the vertical direction over here, right? And I can just go and set that one to the end, so that should move to the bottom over here, right? And if I set it to be of the center over here, and that's going to make it to be center. And if I set this one, now this is for the horizontal direction, so I can just go and set the space evenly. So now it's going to arrange that space or set it to in the horizontal direction and provide the space evenly for all of those items over here. And next, let us see about the main axis size over here. And then the main axis size, we'll just set it to the min. And if you go and take a look, by default the main axis size is of the max over here. So let's just go and reload. Now you can see that it just covers the area for this row is of the min, so minimum space available for that one. And next, what we will do over here is let's go and set the another one that will be of the vertical direction that we previously used, right? Vertical direction dot up over here, and let's just set this one to the max for now, and let's just go and reload over here, and you will see that we up and then the down over here, right? So it doesn't have effect, so vertical direction, right? So previously in the column, this vertical direction had some effect. It did the reverse order for this particular children, but here you can see that it doesn't have any effect over here. So up and then the down, because this is of the vertical direction, the row is in the horizontal direction. And next we will go and set the text direction over here. So we have the text direction and then the text direction from the right to left. So right to left, that is Arabic or the yeah, I guess that's the Hebrew or the Arabic word is from the left to right. So now you can see the text direction is having effect over here from the left to right, or you have the left to right, and then you have the right to left over here. So now you can see this is the left to right, so from left to right, this is normally what we do. But if you have the Arabic word over here, you can just go and set it to be of the if you want to follow the Arabic or the Hebrew, then you can set the right to left over here. So that will reverse that, similarly what we did with the column with the vertical direction from the reversing that particular children over here. And if you go and take a look, by default the text the direction the vertical direction is from down, and then the text direction is of the nullable type over here. So I guess we have one more option that we can define over here, that is of the text baseline, and then the text baseline dot the ID of graphic, right? So as I previously mentioned, that this is for the this is for some kind of the symbolic the text, right? You just hard reload, and if you have this one, if you want to define this one, then if you have this as the let's say I guess it's not this one, but if you set this one as the cross-axis alignment, I guess you have the baseline, and this baseline should be of the I guess I'll just set it to center, and now you can see everything is center. I'll just go and set the space evenly, and then you got that one. So you have a reverse, and if you don't provide I guess if you go and set this one to be of the alphabetic, you can see that it doesn't have any effect over here. But if I try to remove this one from here, and if I set the cross-axis alignment to be of the baseline, then you will get an error, right? So the text baseline is required if you specify the cross-axis alignment with the cross-axis alignment with the baseline over here. So if you set that one to be of the baseline over there, then we must specify that particular the text baseline over here. And you can go and play around with this, particularly the baseline and then the text baseline. So this basically means that all of this text that we have defined
over here, they are aligned to the baseline over here. So baseline for this one will be of the alphabet text baseline dot the alphabet. So here in the cross-axis alignment we have defined that to be of the baseline, and then the text baseline defines that this particular text, all of this text will have the alignment of the baseline using the alphabetic. And you can go and play around with the other kind of the text over here, that is of the, if you go and change that one to be of the ideographic over here. So if you have some kind of the ideographic character like the Arabic or the Chinese or some kind of the graphic text that you want, then you can go and play around with this one, and you can try to change this to property and see how it affect that particular text alignment over here. So mainly in the row we will be using this property, main axis alignment, cross axis alignment, and then the main axis size. And sometimes if you have the text like the Arabic text, we also make use of this one. And if you have some kind of the ideographic text, then you can also make use of the text baseline and then the cross axis alignment to be of the baseline as well. So that's all for this lesson. Make sure to go and play around with this configuration to learn more about it. So let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Let us learn about the text widget over here, and for that we'll go to our home over here, and let's just go and create the new file, and I'll just call this one as a text underscore wd widget.the file over here. Not the test, so it should be of the text, right? So I need to make it as a text over here. And once we have that, let's go and create our class, and that will be of the text wd widget over here. That will go and extend from the I guess we'll make use of a stateless widget, and let's add the constructor over here, and let's go and import our material package over here, flutter / the material.dart. So this will give us the material package over here. Let's go and add the override over here. So override the build context over here, and we will return I guess we'll just make use of the, let's go and return the scaffold, I guess. So let's say or let's just make it as written as the text from here, and the text, let's go and add some text over here. So we'll go and provide some text like let's go and add the this each text widget over here, and we just add one simple text over here, and let's go and try to see what is there. So we need to close this one over here, and let's make this one as a const for now, and we will go back to our this is of the home screen. So let's go back over here, and in the body let's go and remove this one from here. Let's go and add the comment, or that should be fine, I guess. Let's go and add the body, and we'll make use of the const of the text widget over here, text widget that we have just created. Let's go and try to run that particular application over here, and let's also run in the Android device. So now you can see this is a text widget, we got it over here. So let us go and add the styling for this particular text widget. So for that, let's go back to our text widget over here, not this one over here, and let's go and add the style. So first of all, we'll just go and add the style over here, and we can provide the text style for this one. So let's go and add the text style, and for the text style, let's just go and give the color of let's say color of the let's go and add the deep purple over here, and we can also get the shade of, let's give a shade of 400 over here, and we need to remove the const from here, and that should be good enough. So if you go over here, you'll see that the color has been changed now, and now we can also add the font size over here,
And let's just go and make the font size of the 20 for now. And we also need to add the comma over here. Let's go and how to reload. You will see that we got a bigger text because we added the font or font size over here. Let's go and change the font width as well. So in the font width you have a different width that you can apply. So let's just go and set this one as a W700, and let's just go and add that one. So you can see now it each has the darker, or it is more bolder over here. And then we'll add the let's say a font style of the italic over here. So it will give us the italic over here. So you have a different type over here. You can just go and play around, normal or the italic. So font style, I'll just make it as italic for now. And let's go and set the letter spacing. We can also add the letter spacing of 2 and 2 pixels. So let's just go and see that we got some spacing to each of this particular text over here. And then you can also go and add the font family, but currently we don't have any of the custom font, so we can't make use of this particular font family for now. We need to add the custom font in order to support that one. So let's just comment this one for now, but you can obviously add the custom font, and later we'll see how we can add a custom font and apply that particular custom font over here. And we will add the text decoration of the underline, so we can also set that one. You'll see that we got the underline over here, and that particular we can also set the decoration color, and we'll just go and set the decoration color of to the red. So we got that the underline in the red color over here. And similarly we can add the decoration style over here. So the decoration style can be of the let's say dotted, and it will give the dotted line over here. So we got that one over here. And let's go and also add the you can also add the text shadow over here. So in the text shadow, it takes a list over here. So we need to assign a list over here. So I can just go and set the shadow over here. And in the shadow, we can just give some color over here. And then color, I'll just go and give some, let's say deep blue over here. And let's just go and add some set to this one over here. And once we have that set, let's just go and also add the let's just go and add the offset over here. We can also add the offset of the, let's say 2:2. And let's go and test that one. So now you can see we added some shadow over here, and you can just go and play around with this particular value over here, and you can play around, and you can go and see how it looks like when you apply a different configuration over here. Similarly, we can also add the, there is a blur radius of something like let's say you can give of the 5, and let's go and play around with that one. I guess you don't see much of the effect over here for now, but let's just go and set the offset of the 0 over here. And now you can see a bit difference. And then the blur, I can just go and this is actually blur is for this particular shadow, and then the this one. So let's just go and add, and let's just go and play around with this one. You can see that let's just go and add the offset of the 5, and let's try to add a shadow on the little bit of the down over here. You will see that, right? And you can see that we got that particular color as well. So you can just go and play around with this particular the shadow over here. And next is we'll try to make this one text or larger text over here. So let's go and add some very large text over here. So I'll just provide a random text over here. So let's just go and say we have the very long text over here. So now you can see that by default it goes to a multi-line over here, right? So now we have a multi-line of that particular text. But if you don't want to have that, what I can do over here is I'll just go and set the soft soft, I guess it's a s in the text style over here. So before this particular style, I need to go and set the soft wrap to be of the true over here. All right, so if I go and hot reload this one, and now you can see it will add that soft write is by default is of the true. So let's just go and set this one to be of the false for now, and let's just go and change the effect. So now you can see that if it is false, then it's not going to add the soft wrap over here, which provides the once it is over that particular screen, it will automatically have the next line of that one. And also you can just go and play around with the like let's say maximum line that it can have. So if I just set it to 1 over here and just go and remove the comment the soft wrap for now. So now you can see you can only have 1 over here, right, 1 line. And if you want to have a maximum of 2 line, you can just go and set that one. So now we got the 2 line, and we can also set the overflow over here. So let's just go and set the text overflow over here, and I'll just make this one as you have a different option. Let's just set it at the ellipses, and this will just give us an once it is overflow, you will see that we got a 3 dot over here. So it means that there is some more text over here. So in this way you can add that one, and we can also add a different like a text alignment. So text alignment that you can just center, justify, and right you can just go and play around with this particular text alignment. And then we also have the text decoration. So let's just go and set the text decoration, and then from left to right, this is the default one that we use, left to right. But if you have a Arabic kind of the word, then you can make use of the right to left over here as well. So now it is you can see that it goes from the left to right over here. And we can just go and remove this one. Okay, so let's just go and remove this 2 line from here, and let's just go and set it to the soft wrap over here. And we'll just go and make this one as a true for now. Let's just add that one over here. So now you can see how it looks like. So I guess that's all for this lesson. You can just go and play around with the different configuration over here, and we'll meet up in the next lesson. Till then, have a great day. Let us try to see about the rich text over here. So in the rich text, we can style text in a different way. So you can have a hello world with a hello with a different kind of the format, and then the world you can have with a different format, and all of those stuff. We can use a rich text for that one. So let's go and see how we can apply the rich text over here. And for that, I'll just go and close all of this for now, and let's go and create the new file over here, and let's call this one as a RICH rich underscore the text we get over here dot file. So let's go and create the class as well. So once we have RICH rich text, and rich text we get that extends the our stateless we get over here, and we'll go and import our material package over here. And now we can just go and override our build method over here. So let's just go and set at the override our build method over here. And from build method, we are going to return a rich text over here. And first of all, I guess I'll just go and close this one over here. So once we have that, the parameter text is required. So the text is required over here. So let's go and add the text parameter over here. So if you take a look for this takes the inline span, right? So inline span over here. So for that, what we will make use of is the span. So we have the text span over here. So we'll add that particular text span over here. And this text span takes the string as a text. It also takes the style. It also takes the recognizer as a gesture recognizer, children, right? So you can just go and play around with this one, but we'll just go and configure some of the properties that we require over here. First, we'll just go and set this one to be of the text over here. So let us add the text property that will be of we'll just go and say this requires a string, so I'll just go and say that the hello over here. So I'll just add the hello over here, and then the next we'll just go and configure the style for this one. So let's just go and add the text style over here, and for the text style let's just go and set the color for this one, and we'll be just make use of colors colors and dot the let's make use of the let's just go down, and I'll just make use of the deep orange over here. And then also I can just go and add the font size over here, font size of the 18 for now. And let's just make this one of the const over here. So now we have one text of the hello over here. And once I go and let's just go to our home screen, and let's just go and add that one over here. Now I can just go and add the body over here, and const of the rich text widget that we have just created. Let's just go and hard reload. So now we got that the hello text over here, and the next is we'll just go and add the our children over here. So inside this particular children, now we can define the different kind of our text span as well over here. So I'll just add the text span, and then I'll just go and set the wall as the text as the world. So now you can see that we got the hello world over here. So now it is taking the style from this particular parent configuration, but you can obviously go and change that particular style over here. So we can add a different configuration for this particular style over here. So I'll just go and change the color to be of let's just go and set this one to be of the 300 over here, and then the font size each of the let's say 15 over here. Right now we can have the const for this one, because we make use of the set over here. So I'll just set this one to the const over here. So let's just go and see. Now you can see now we have a different configuration over here, and if I just go and set this one to be of the 30, and now you can see that we got the hello world over here. And similarly you can just go and add the another text over here. Just copy this one from here, and we'll just go and paste it below. So we can add the hello world, and let's add the exclamation mark over here. And for this one we'll just go and give a different color, like a green over here, deep, okay, not the deep orange green, so it should be of the green over here. All right, and then we can just make this one as the const for now, and let's just go and set this one. So now you can see that we got that particular one over here. So you can just go and have a different configuration for each of those. So in this way we can create our rich text over here. So you can have a different text here, right? So this is one text, this is another text, this is another text. So in this way you can create a rich text using a rich text and then the text span over here. So I hope you got the point how to create or how to make use of the rich text in the Flutter. So let's meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us try to learn about the text field, so we can enter some text over here. So for that we'll go over here and let's create the new file over here again, and we'll just call this one as a let's call this one as a txt text underscore the field field underscore the widget over here dot file. And let's go and create the class over here, and that will be of the class class over here, and then the text field field widget over here text field widget. And I guess we will import the, first of all let's go and import the material package over here, and I guess we'll make use of the extend the stateful widget. And once we have that, let's just go and close it over here, and we need to override the override, sorry, not this one. So we override our widget over here, and we need to create that particular state over here. So let's just go and create the state, and let's go down over here and let's just go and create the class of our underscore. Let's say this is one is of the text field we get over here that extends the state over here. And let's just go and have override the add the build method over here, not the builder, add override, sorry, override over here. And let's just go and have the build method written over here, and from here we'll just return a text field and we are good to go. So now we got that right. And once we have this, let's just go and arrange some of this one. So let's just go and remove this one for now, and here we return a text field over here, right? So let's go to our home screen over here, and let's just comment out this one from here. And once we go and comment it out, this one, what we require is we'll require the body over here. And with this body, I'll just go and return our text input field, right? So text, what was that? Text field we get. So text field we get that we just created over here, and you can just hot reload over here. So now you can see that we got that particular text we get over here, right? So now you can see once we open that, we can see we got that we got particular text over here. So that's cool. So that's it's a simple one that we had added over here. But we can obviously go and add some decoration first of all. So let's just go and set the decoration, and that will be of the this decoration. And let's add the const. I guess we'll just make use of input input decoration over here. And in this input decoration, we can just go and add the different configuration. So let's just go and add the different configuration over here for now. And that will be of the we will add the label. So I guess let's just go and set this one for now const, and later we'll change that one so you can see it clearly. So we have the label text as the let's say email, and the hint text we provided as enter your email over here. And then the border we'll just go and provide, I guess we'll provide for now just outline input border for now, and later we will change it to a different border over here. And then we have the prefix icon. You can just set it as a email prefix, and then the suffix icon to remove the red eye. And inside this particular input outline input border, we can just go and set the border radius. So border radius, I'll just give of the 8 as a circular, right? And we'll just go and remove this one from now, or let's just go and remove this one from here. Let's try to reload this one, and now you can see that we got some the nice looking the text input over here. And what I will do over here is I'll just go and wrap this one with the column over here. So let's just go and wrap inside the column, so later we can add the multiple text over here. And let's just go and set this one. So if I go and now and we got that right. So now we can add some padding to this particular widget. So let's just go and add the padding over here. So in the padding, I'll give the edge instead of all to 8, and now you can see we got some padding. And I guess we'll learn about the padding more about the padding on the coming up lesson, and don't worry about that. So now let's just go and wrap this particular widget with the padding, and we can add the padding over here. So now we have a beautiful looking the text input over here. So that works. That is the same on the iOS and the Android device, because we are making use of this particular material design. So it looks same on the Android and the iOS device over here. So once we have that, let's go to our text field over here. And once we have added this particular decoration, you can also add a different, so it has a lot of the other configuration that you can actually make use over here. So let's try to change some of the property over, like let's say a focus. Let's go and add the focus border over here, so we can play around with the focus outline, I guess outline. Outline input border, we'll make use of this one, and here we'll just go and play around the border radius, and you can just go and set the border radius of the circular of the 8, and then you can set the border side. I guess we can make use of the border side over here. So border side that we can define over here, and I'll just go and set the color, and then the color will be of colors colors dot the blue, I guess. So we can be LUE blue over here, and let's make this one as a const for now. And if I go and add that one, so now once I focus it, you can see that we got a different blue color over there, right? Previously it was a different color, it was following the theme, but now you can see that we got a different color once it is focused over here. So in this way you can go and play around with that one. So now let's just go and since this is a type each of the email, so what I will do is of the let's change the keyboard type over here. So the keyboard type, we text input type, we have a different format, so I need to change this one to the email address, right? And then now if I just go and add now, so I should get, so let's just go and reload. So okay, we haven't reload this one over here, so let's just go and change that one over here. So now you can see that we got the add sign over here. And now if I just go and done this one, and let's try to open up again, so now we can add the email address over here. So we got the add sign over here. So in this way we can change the input type of the email. And also you can just go and set the read only to be of the true. So if you set that one, then you can't see this is of the now is a read only, so you can't just go and add anything over here. So you can just go and say read only to false for now. You can just go and play around with that particular value, and we can also set the text capitalization. And then if you want to have a text capitalization each word, so if I just go and reload this one, and if I just go and add some value over here and space, so now you can see every word has a capitalization over here, right? So if I have a space, and now you can see that we got the text capitalization on each word over here. So next let's go over here, and we can also set to the autocorrect to be of the true, or you can, this means that once you are typing, it will try to autocorrect that particular word, right? Try to see the autofocus that we have, and autofocus you can just set it to true. And if you try to reload this one over here, and you will see that the focus is on this particular text field now. So because you have set that autofocus to true, so which will go and call that particular autofocus on that particular text, and you will see the pop-up window by default over here. Now you can see that we got that particular the autofocus over here. So next we can also go and add a different configuration, and that will be of the, I'll just copy this one, this particular text from here. Let's just copy this one, and I'll just go down over here and paste that particular text over here. And now I'll just set this one to be of the password over here, and enter your, we'll just say PASS password. So we'll make use of the same. But now we will just remove the autofocus for now, because we don't want to autofocus on this one. We just want to focus on one, and autocorrect I'll remove since this is a password field. And now I can just go and set the obscure text to be of the true, right, since this is a password field. And obscure character, so you can just go and give a different character for this one. I'll just give an asterisk over here. And now if I go and reload over here, so now we got that one. And here we want to add a bit of spacing, so for that I'll just go and give the const of the size box and height of the 20, so we can add some spacing over here. And now in the password field, if you go to the password field, now you can see once we type that, it is obscuring that particular text over here, right? And similarly you can change this one to be of the not the email. So let's say of the SE securities something over here, and then you can change that particular icon. So now we got this one as the password field, making with the help of the of securing text over. So we'll also change this one password to be of the let's say a text input over here, not the email over there. So you can just go and add that one over here. And let us try to also remove the text capitalization, because we don't want to have that in our password field. And now we can also define some of the function over here. So we can just say on changed over here. So whenever we change some value, so we want to just go and print that particular value for now. So we don't want to do anything. So we can just go over here, clear it out this console, and just try to hard reload. We applied this one to the password field. So I'll just go and remove this one for now, and let's try to add a text over here. So now every time you add the text, it should, okay, so I think we haven't hard reload this one over here. And if we go and add a new field over here, so let's just go and add a new field, it should go and print out over here. So I guess that is not putting out in this particular console over here, and I guess I'm watching over here. Right, let's just try to see. Actually that should be printed out over here, but we haven't seen that one. So let's just go and change this one to be debug print over here. Let's just make that one as a debug print over here. It should be actually printed, but let's go and see with our iPhone, and let's try to hot reload over here. And I'll just go and clear this particular console from here, and we'll just go and add some text over here. So now you can see that we got that particular printout. I guess the Android has some issue over there. Not sure what is the wrong with that one, but now we can see that once we type the password over here, we can print that particular value. So on change is called whenever you add any of the text over here, right? So similarly we have some other functionality. You can just go and play around, but I'll just show you. One is on editing completed over here. This will be called once we have some, like once ever we press this done button or some button that we have over here. So if I go and print this one, and if I just go and type some of the text over here, right, and if I click on done, so you'll see that that is printed over here. Just go and clear it out. So we haven't, I guess we haven't added that one. And if I click on done, you will see that we have that on editing completed over here printed once we click on this particular button over here. So that is the on editing completed function that we have. And next is we will try to see the multi-line or the multi-line text field. So for that, what I can do is I can just go and copy the whole thing from here, or I guess I will copy this particular thing from here, and let's go down over here and let's just paste it below over here, and let's just cut this section, and I want to put it over here. And for this one, let's just go and add the type will be of the text over here, and we'll just go and add that the we have the max line. So max line I'll just set to the 5 over here, and then the min not the max line, so we have the max line, and then we have the max length. So let's just set the max length of the 200 character over here, and if we try to reload, so we got some error. Let's try to fix this one over here. It says that we have a max line, and then we also need to have, I guess we need to have the min lines over here. So let's try to, so this is a minimum. Okay, so this is a min line, so the max line, so we need to add the max line. Sorry for that, we forgot to add the max line will be of the 5, and then the min line will be of the let's say of a 2 over here, or let's just make it as a 3 over here. And if I just go and reload over here, now you can see that we got that one over here. And let's just go and set this one to be of the bio, and enter your detail over here, And let's just go and set this one over to be of the not the email. So let's just remove the prefix icon over here, and now we got that particular bio over here. It works in the iPhone, so we got that by default. And if I go over here, and we got that one over here. So in this way you can just go and play around with this one over here, right? So in this way you can just go and try and play around, and there are a lot of other configuration, but these are the mostly the configuration that we use in our daily project or the application. And this is a text field. It doesn't have the validation, but if you want to make use of the validation, we have to make use of the text form field over here. And once we cover the form, we will look into that one, but for now this is good enough for you all. So that's all for this lesson, and it's quite a long lecture already, and we will meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us see about the text editing controller over here. So for that, we will go to our previous widget, which is of the text field widget over here. And in this particular text field, let's go on to the first one. We have an option to add the controller over here. So you can see it takes the text editing controller over here, right? And if you take a look on the documentation, controls the text being edited. So if you want to control the whatever text we have been entering, so you can just make use of this particular controller. So in order to make use that, so we'll just go and set this one to be of the text editing controller, and we have this particular controller, and this will be of, let's say, a private variable, and this will be of the email controller. And I will just make this one as a let variable over here. So I want to let basically means that I want to initialize it on the later state. I don't want to initialize it now, or make this one as a nullable. So next is we have the three more. Another one is of the password, right? So PASSWR, the password controller, and then we have one more is the bio. So once we have this as a let, so we need to initialize this one, and in our init state we are going to initialize this one, right? So this is initializing that particular text editing controller. So now we create this particular object over here, and we also need to make sure that we close this one over here, or we dispose properly this particular text editing controller. If you do not dispose it properly, it can cause a memory leak in your application. So we need to make sure that we override this particular dispose. So if you are not familiar with the dispose and disposing what is a memory leak, make sure to check out my course in the Flutter professional course, where I have taught about the memory leaks and how to prevent all of those stuff. So if you want to learn about the professional stuff, make sure to go and check out my course on my website. But for now it should be fine. We just need to know that we need to dispose that one over here. And once we have that, now I can assign that particular controller to of the email controller over here, and we will set this one to be of the controller that we have, right? And that will be of the password controller. And then we also have one more, which is of the controller over here, and this controller will be of the bio, right? So we have the bio controller. And next is that let's go and take a look over here. So what we can do with this particular text over here. So let's go and add the text over here. So let's go and set this one to be of the text, and whatever email I'm typing, I want to see that particular value over here. So I just go and set this one to be of the text over here. All right, so let's just go and set this one, and well, let's try to see how it looks like for now. So let's try to rebuild our app over here. So we got some let initialize, so we need to reload this one since we have added some new text editing controller. So I need to reload that one or restart the app over here. So currently if I just go and add some email address over here, right, and if I click on done, and you can see that we don't see any of those, because we want to see that whatever there is in a text, we want to see that one, not only the text over here. You have a lot of other options, you can make use of the clear, you can make use of the dispose, right? You can add a listener, so add a listener, so once there is some change, you want to do something, right? So you can just go and add a different kind of the configuration. So for now, let's just go and set this one to be of the text. Let's get that particular value over here, and if you just reload this one, right, you will see that what we have entered. But we need to see that once they are typing, I want to see that particular text over here. So how can I do that one is I'll just go and have the some value over here. So let's say a string and then the email over here, and that email will be of the empty string for now. And I'll just go and set this one to be of that particular text. So email, I'll just go and set this one as a email, and if you try to hot reload, you can't see anything because that is of the empty string. So now I will go to this particular the text field, and previously we saw how we can add the functionality, right? So on I guess this should be out of this one here, I guess, on changed over here. So we need to call this one, right? So whenever the we got the value, we want to update that particular state. So let's just go and call this set state, and then the whatever we are getting as a value over here, so every time we type some value, we are going to set that particularly to the email over here. So let's try to see how it works over here. Let's try to fill in the information. So RI, so now you can see that once I'm typing over here, I get that particular value printed out over here, because every time we change the text, I'm updating that particular value using a set state. So I can update that state. Don't worry about the set state and all of those stuff, we will cover it on our state management section. For now, just remember that if you want to change some value, once you are typing over here, we can make use of a set state, and for that we need to make use of the state over here, which comes from the stateful widget. Previously we were using a stateless, and I hope you have already checked the video out about the stateless. And then so similarly you can have the different condition for that one, like in the email controller that we have over here. You can just go and add the listener over here, and this listener can be of the callback function, right? And you can attach that one over here. So void, and then I'll just say email listener listener over here, and we'll attach this one to this particular function call over here, so in the callback. And make sure once you do that one, you also need to remove that listener, otherwise it can cause the memory leak over here. So email controller and remove the listener, and then every time you got that particular listener, you want to go and say, let's just go and write or let's just go and not use a set state. Maybe we can just go and print this particular value, and I'll just go and set the whatever we have in the controller. So I'll just go and set the email controller dot the text value. I just want to print out that particular value over here. So in this way you can also add the listener, and make sure to remove that listener as well. So if I go and reload this one as well, let's try to go and reload it, right? And once we are reloaded, I guess we can just go, and I guess it hasn't been restarted over here. So we got some error. Okay, so we need to fix this one over here, and we still have some error, so I need to close this one as well. Let's try to reload this one over here, and now we got that one. And if I go to the console now, if I go and try this one, so now you can see that we got over here. So this is of the listener that we are firing once we are doing or typing something over here. So this is a listener that we have added over here. So that's all for this lesson. You can just go and play around, and make sure to check out the documentation about the text editing controller. It is really useful once we are building a form over here, but currently we don't have any form. And once we learn about the form, we will make use of the controller or the text editing controller over there. So let's meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us try to learn about the container over here. So container is something like a box, or you can consider as something as a view if you are coming from the React Native over here. So let's go to our home over here, and let's create a new file over here, and we'll call this one as a container over here. And once we have that, let's go and create the class over here, and this will be of the CUNTAI and ER container widget over here, and we are going to extend it from the stateless because we don't require any state over here. And let's just go and import our material package over here, and I'll just go and override the our build method over here, and from here I'll just go and return the container. And this container has the color of red, and then the child, we can have a child, so we just take one widget over here. If you have a children, then you have to make use of the column, right? But in the container we can just add the one child over here, so that will be of the text over here. Obviously you can create multiple widget using a column widget over here and passing the children, but for now we'll just make use of this one. And let's go back over here, and let's just comment out this one from here, and we'll make use of the body over here, and body will be of the CUN container widget. I guess that one was the container CUNTAI and container widget over here, or what was that we just created. So let's go and take a look over here. So this is of the container widget. We need to make use of this one over here, and let's have that one. And I guess isn't defined, so we need to import that one, and let's make this one as a const over here. And now let us just reload over here. So we got the container, a small box over here with the red background color. So let's go to this particular container over here, and for this container you can just add, you can also, since this is similar to the box, we can add the height. So let's just go and set the height of now to be of the 100, and you can also wrap this one to be cover the whole width. So to get that one, I guess we'll make use of the width, and I'll just make use of the let's make use of the media query over here, dot of context. So in this way you can learn, don't worry about the media query. So using a media query we can get a different properties of our devices and configuration, and I'll just want to make use of the size over here, and using the size I'll get the width of this particular screen. So I want to cover the whole of the screen over here. So if I go now, you can see that it covers the whole screen over here. And I'll also go and wrap this one with the padding over here, and let's just go and have that some padding over here. So now you can see that we got some padding, and I'll just make this one as a 16 over here. So we got that padding over here, and now we got the container which has the height of the 100, and then we have this particular width. So using this container you can actually go and create some custom box, right? So like if you want to have a custom card, so let us try to remove the color, and we will define the decoration over here. So you can't use the box, and you can use the color and the decoration at the same time, so we just have to make use of the one. So here I'll make use of the box decoration widget over here, and let's try to add the color over here. And a color, let's just go and see color as colors dot the, I'll make use of the, let's say, a till, and then I'll just go and provide some set like the 400 over here. And if I go and reload that, now you got that one. And if I think I'll just make use of a bit lighter color over here. So we got that one over here. So container with that particular decoration, and this decoration has a lot of the properties that you can make use. So we'll just go and play around with that one. So now we got the, okay, so not the 16, we'll make use of the 8 as a border radius. So let's add some border radius to this particular container, and we want to make this one as the card over here. So let's try to design some custom card over here, and you can add the box shadow over here which takes the list over here. and with this list you can add the color to this particular box, not the box. So let's say yellow our color, and with this color we can just go, okay, not this color directly, we need to add the box shadow first of all. So let's add the box shadow over here, and inside this we'll provide the color over here. And I guess not the black color, maybe you can play around with some different color. And if you go and have that, you can see that it went so big over here because we added the shadow over here. And now we'll just go and play around, and let's try to fix that one. So I'll just go and set the spread radius to be of something like a 5 for now, and then the blur, there is also a blur radius. Let's just go and set this one to be of the something like a 8, and let's try to go and reload this one. Let's go and reload this one over here, and now we can see that we got that particular radius, right? So this is the box shadow, and then we got that some radius applied, and then we got that the blur applied, right? And also you have the offset that you can play around with this one. So let's just go and offset of the this is x and then the y. So for the x I'll just give also 10 for now, and for the y I'll just give off the 0. So now you can see it moved on to this side over here because we set to 10 on the x side, so x is always on the right side, so right. And now we can also provide the offset of the y, which is of the down. So if you want to move a bit down over here, so you can just go and add that. Now it looks like you have some kind of the shadow over there. So shadow color, maybe you can go and play around with the much lighter one. So in this way you can have. So if I go and bring back the same color that we had over here, teal, right, and the shade of the, let's say, of 100, so it looks much more nicer over here. So now we have similar to the card that we have defined over here, right? So I think that's all for this lesson. Using a container, we can create a different kind of the box layout, and you can provide a different style using a decoration and create your custom type of the box over here. So you can just go up and play around. You have some more configuration, like you can go and play around with all of those configuration, and make sure to check out the documentation over there. So mostly we'll be using the container to create this kind of the layout, box layout, and then adding some custom UI or the decoration to it, right? Which is not provided by default with the material design. So we'll come back and make use of the container to add all of those design over here. But for now, this should be enough for us to get started with the container, and we'll continue with our lesson in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us try to learn about the padding over here. So let's wrap this text with the padding we get over here. Let's just go and set the padding, and here we'll just make this one of the const for now. And let's just remove this one from the const. And now if I go and run this one, you'll see that we got some padding over here. But there are other options that you can provide with the edge insect over here, and dot, and you have the 0, you have the all. So all basically means that in the all side you want to have a 16 pixel of that particular padding. You can also set the symmetric. So this symmetric can text the horizontal or the vertical. So if I just set the horizontal over here, so it's just going to adjust in the horizontal direction. So you can see that it is just adjusting in the horizontal, but it doesn't add any of the vertical padding over here. So you can also add the vertical padding over here, and let's say vertical of the 20, right? So you'll see that it moves that one over here, or it adds the padding of the 20 in the vertical direction over here. And also you can just go and play around with the different configuration, like you have the let's say from left, right, from left, top, right, and then the bottom. So in the left you want to have a 0, and top you want to have a 8, and in the right you want to maybe have a 20, and the bottom maybe you want to have a 0 over here. So you can just go and play around with this particular configuration. So right, so we have the 0 here, 0 in the right, and then the 8 on the top and the 20 on the, I guess this is up, so this is of the right, left, top, right, and then bottom, left, top, right, and then bottom over here. And you have other option that you can go and make use over here. So only if you want to set to the left only 16, right, so only to the left. So in this way you can just go and add a different configuration to your padding and try to go and play around with it. And if you are confused, just make sure to go and check out the documentation over there. So I guess that's all for this lesson, and we'll meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us see about the center widget over here. So now we have this particular container and we have one text over here which is of the container itself. So we can just go and wrap this one with the our center widget over here. So in the center widget you can see it takes the key, double, width factor, height factor, and then the child. So once we set this one to be of the we basically make use of the child over here. And in the center, if I just go and reload it over here, so it can calculate this particular parent. So based on this particular parent, your particular child will be now centered here, right? So it takes the consideration of the parent constraint, right? So it takes the consideration of the currently we have the container. It takes the consideration of the constraints of this one, like the height and the width, and then adjust it to the center itself over here. So once we set it to the center, now that is moved to the center over here. So that's all with the center. You can just go and read the documentation. For now, it's just as a creator widget that centers its child. So any child that you provide over here will be centered depending on its parent constraints over here. So that's all for this lesson, and we will meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us continue with our lesson over here, and today we will be learning about the images over here, and let's try to see how we can fetch the image from the network as well as from the local storage. So let's go over here and create the new file, and I'll call this one as a image widget. So image widget file over here. And let's create the class over here, and image widget over here, and which will extend from the stateless widget over here. We don't require any state over here. And let's go and import our material package over here, and let's go and override our build method over here. So we need to override the build method over here. Let's just go and remove this one from here, and we need to return let's go and return image from here, or let's return a column from here. So column column over here, so we can add a multiple children we get to it. So let's just go and add the children, and in this particular children, let's go and add our image widget over here. So I'll be using image from the network first of all, and let's go and close this one over here, and I need to provide the location or the source of this particular image over here. So let's go and copy some image location. It requires the, so let's just go and add some image location. So let's just go and copy. I'll just copy some image location, and I'll just paste it over here, and I just copied it from the Wikipedia. And now I can go back to my home screen over here, and let's just remove this one or comment this one out, and we will add the body over here. And in the body, let's just go and add the const of the image widget that we have just created, and let's just hard reload our application. And now you can see that we got that particular image. But what we can do is we can also add some other properties over here. Like we can add the height of this particular, so let's just go and define the height for this one, and I'll just say as 200 of the height. and I'll just go and set the width as well. So I need to set the height and then the width over here. Width will be also of the, let's say 200 over here. So I need to add a comma over here, and let's just go and set this one, and now you can see we got the smaller image. So it's always better to add the height and the width of that particular the image, because sometimes the image may be too large and it may consume too much memory inside your application if you have many images. So it's always good to have set the height and the width to constrain your image so it does not occupy a lot of the memory inside your application. And once we have this, what we can do is let's go to this particular column, and let us wrap this one with the, we need to wrap this one with the padding. So let's just go and add some padding from here and just hard reload, and we got some padding over here. And also we have some more properties that we can define over here, like the error builder, it returns a widget, and loading builder, it also returns a widget. And we just define the height and the width, and let's go down. So you can also add the blended mode box fit, right? So if you go and set like a fit over here, I guess, so you can just go and set the box fit over here, and it has the cover constant and then the fill, right? So if you go and take a look on the example how it looks like, so it fills the whole area. Cover, you can see how it covers the box fit that cover, and you can just go and play around with this particular configuration. For now, let's just go and set it to the cover as the fit for the this one. So box fit, right? Cover covers the as small as possible, will still cover the entire target box. So we have defined a target box of 200 by 200. You try to fill that particular box over here with this particular box fit.cover if you have even a small image over here. And once we have that, let's just go and also set the you can also set the color over here, and the colors colors. So let's just go and define the purple over here. And once we have that particular color, you can use with the color blended color blend mode, and color blend not the color, it should be of the BLE and the blend mode. So you have a lot of the option to be used with this particular blend mode. So I'll just go and use the color dog something. So let's just go and try this one out. So you can see that we can add some blend to this particular image over here. You can go and play around with this configuration, but usually we don't require all of this once we are just fetching an image from the network and we just want to show in our application over here. But there is option, so you can always go and play around with this particular configuration. So there are a lot of other options that you can play around, and if you want to make this particular image or circular image, then what we can do is I can use a clip oval, right? So I can use the clip oval over here, and it has the child property, and in this child property I can cut this from here and I'll move it to here over here, and I can just go and arrange this one over here. Let's try to set this one, and now I have a equal height and the width, so that's why we got the circular image over here. So I can just set it as 100 by the 100 over here, just to make it smaller. So now we got that particular image. And next, let us try to go and see how we can load the image from the local storage. So for that, what I'll do is I'll just go and create the new folder in this root package over here. So I'll just go and say assets assets over here, and inside this assets, let's go and create the one new folder of images over here. And inside this images folder, let's go and add some image. So I'll just go and copy one image from here, and I'll just go and add it to there. So let's just go and add one image over here. So I just have one stone.jpg file over here, and I'll just go to my I need to go to the pubspec.yaml file from here. So make sure you go over here, and here what we need to do is we need to add it into our assets folder. So let's go and add that one over here. I will just go, and you need to follow the proper intent over here, and if you don't follow the proper intent you will get an error. So make sure it's in the Flutter, and then you should follow the same intent over here. So below this one we should add the assets section, sorry, not the readme. So this is the assets, and here I need to add the assets dot the images slash we have the ston stone, right? ston stone dot the jpeg, right? So we have that particular file, so make sure you have that added over here, and if it doesn't give any error then we are fine over here. So that means that these assets have found this particular image over here. And if you have some more images you can add it over here, but currently we just have one assets image and then the stone.jpg. So in this way we can assign over here, and here we can just define the set your assets like the images images, right? Therefore nts fonts, etc. over here. So once we have this, what we can do is we can go back to our widget over here, and let's go and add the image dot the let's select from the file, and I need to define the image for that image. So assets dot the this is from the assets image, and this one should be of the stone dot the jpeg over here. And if I go and reload this one, now I can see that we got that particular image over here. And let's go and also set the height for this one. So let's just say of a height of the 100 and then the width of the 100 as well. So you can just define that one over here. So we have got a smaller image. So if you want a larger image, so you can just play around with the height and the width over here. So 200 by 200 you can see over here. And there are other options as we can play around with this one. And I think we will be just using these two mostly in the application. We will be using from the assets or either from the network, or else we also have the option like the image from the file, where you can load image directly from the file, right, in the memory. So you can just go and play around with this one, and we'll meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us try to learn about the buttons over here. So we can create a different material button over here. So for that, let's go to our home, and let's just go and create the new file over here, and we'll call this one as buttn button underscore the widget over here dot the dot file. Let's go and create the class of the button widget over here, and let's extend it from the stateless widget over here, and we need to import our material package over here. And let's go and add the override over here, and we need to override the build method over here. And from here we'll just go and return the I'll just go and wrap this one with the column over here, and now we have the column. And I think I can remove this particular center child, and now we have the elevated button over here. And here I can just go and log the debug print over here, and let's just go and print as a elevated button. And here I have a button, so I'll just go and copy this one and paste it over here as a elevated button over here. And once we have this elevated button over here, we'll go over here and let's just add that one over here, and that will be of the body over here, and then the buttn button widget that we just created over here, right? And we'll just have this one as a const over here. Let's just go and reload our application. Now we got that particular button over here. So what we'll do over here is I'll just go and set this one or wrap this one with the padding over here, and I'll just give this one as a 16 over here. Just reload. Now we got that particular button. So once I click on the here, so you can see that it gave me a elevated button over here. So similarly, there are other properties with this particular button. So like the long press, right, on the long press over here, and we will just go and debug print this one as well and just paste it over here. And this will be of the, let's go and say long press over here. Just reload this one, and I can just press it, and if I go and press it for the long time, 500 millisecond, you'll go and see that there is a button long press passed over here. So if you take a look, you have a lot of other options over here, and you have a lot of the other things that you can do with this particular button. But once we have this elevated button, if you want to customize this particular button, what we can do is we can make use of this style. So just copy this one from here, and we'll just go and paste it below over here. And here we are going to define the style for this one. So let's just go and add the style. So elevated button dot from style will be using, and here I can define the some background color. So let's say a color that the green, and also we can add the foreground color for this one, and then the foreground color will be of the white, and I can give some padding over here. So let's just go and say the padding of the edge insect dot the all, and I'll just go and 16 as the padding over here. And I guess this should be fine for now. So let's just go and play around with this particular value, and let's try to reload. And now we got that particular button with a different configuration and the style. So this is a default material button. So this comes from the material 3 theme. So it follows the material 3 theme. So it's always good to have that particular in your application if you're following the material design pattern inside of your application. But you can always configure the style for that particular material button that we get over here. So let's just go and play around with some more configuration. Like I can add the shape, right? And shape, I set it as around a rectangle with the border, and then the border radius of the 16. So if I just go and reload, so now you can see we got a different looking of a button. If I just set it to the lower value of the 8, and we got a different one. So, and in this way you can play around, and you'll just go and set this one. So it has the, I guess it has the fixed size property. So we can also define the width of the 200, and then this will be fixed of the 200 by 200 button. So you can see that we got a 200 by 200 button, and let's say 200 by the 60, right? So you can define the size configuration and also the elevation. So if I go and play around with that elevation, now we can see that we got some elevation added over here, and we can also define it to be of the 0 as well over here. So let's just go and set that one. So you can play around with all of those configuration over here. And if you added the elevation to something like a 8 over here, and you can also define the shadow color, and then you can just say the define some shadow color. So if you say text the color value, so I can just say colors dot the, you can define some colors over here. So let's say the purple or some color over here, and you can just go and hot reload. So now you got that the nice looking shadow over here. So you can match the color of the button as well as the shadow if you prefer over here. So that's the one button that we just covered, which is of the elevated button, and how we can configure this style. So there is another one which we can use if you want to have something like an icon button. So I can just go and set the elevated dot the icon, and here it takes the we need to define the icon and then the label. So this will be of the label over here, and I need to define the icon over here. So it can be of the const of the icon and icons dot the add or something. So let's just go and set that one. So we got the another one, the default elevated button with the icon over here. So there are others like the, if I go and add some more, like the let's go and add the outlined button over here. And with this outline button, you got the same configuration, right? And let's just go and play around with this particular configuration. So I can just add this one over here as well, so it has the same functionality. And in the child, I'll just go and copy this one over here and paste it over here. And let's just go and have this one as the elevated button over here. And similarly over here, we can just pass that one over here. So let's just go and hot reload. So now we got the outlined button, right? So this is the outline button. So you can just press it over here. And it has similarly the same thing. You can just go and add the icon to this one as well. So I can just go and add the icon over here, right? So if you want to build an icon button, and I can just copy this two from here and just paste it over here. Let's just have the same one over here, and I need to close this one over here. And okay, so I need to make this one as the outline button over here. So we have that icon button as well over here. So it's you have some more buttons, like you have the floating action button, you have the filled button, right? So let's just go and have the some text button over here. So I'll just go and then the txt text button over here. So in the text button, we have the same configuration. I'll just copy this one and I'll just go and paste it below this one over here. And here I have the child, so I'll just go and paste that one over here. You'll see that we got the text button over here, so it is still working as a text button. And similarly, we can add the in the text button, we can just go and add the icon similarly. So this will be of the text button, that the icon over here, and here we'll just go and paste this one as the text button over here. So if you go and see, we got the icon with the text button. So you can just go and play around and configure it how you want to be, and make sure to go and check out the material documentation, because this buttons comes from the material design pattern. And there is another one button which is of the FILLE, the filled button over here. And let's just go and add this one over here. Let's remove this, and I'll just copy the same thing from here and just paste it over here. And let's just copy this, and let's just have the text over here, child as a text of the filled button. So now we got the filled button. This follows the color from the material design, so we got that already filled with that the material color over here, right? And similarly, I can just go and copy this one and paste it below, and we can have the icon over here. Let's just go and add the icon over here, and this one will be of the label over here. Just go and reload this one. So we got that one over here, and it also comes with the another flavor. So if I just copy this and paste it over here, and then the tonal, right? So it also has the tonal, and once we make use of the tonal, we don't have the icon over here, so we just need to pass in the child over here, and we can just remove this icon from here. Let's just reload. So we got that one with the much more less contrast over here. You need to read the documentation when to use all of those buttons, and you need to follow the material design guideline to make use of this one. Go and create the floating action button. So that will be the last one. So floating floating action button over here, and let's just go and add the unpressed. So once we press this one, we will going to call this one, and then let's just go and here we will find the I guess it has the label over here. Let's just go and take a look what we have over here. So we have the child we get, right? Tooltip. So let's just go and define the tooltip over here. So it takes the string, and I'll just set this one as a floating action button over here, and I will pass in the child over here. So child will be consist of the text over here, and just say the floating action, not this one. So I'll just go and set the floating action, or let's just go and call this one as a add over here. So if I reload this one, you could see that we got that floating action button added over here. And similarly, I can just go and configure the elevation, and then the elevation can be of the, let's say, of the 8, right? Let's just go and add a bit of the elevation over here. And if I go and copy this one from here, and let's go and paste it below over here. And this one also has the another one, which is of the dot the you can have the large one. So if I go and set this one, it will create the large one, right? And I can just copy the same thing from here, paste it below, and this will be of the floating action button dot. It also has the extended. So in the extended version, we can make use of the icon and then the label. So here I will make use of the label, and then I can make use of the icon, will be of the const of the icon, and the icons dot the something like the add over here, right? And I need to pass the comma over here. Okay, so we got the too much of this one. All right, so we can't scroll. So hopefully in the next lesson we'll be covering the scrolling component, but for now let's just comment out one of our button over here. So we got the space to show that particular. So now we got that particular floating action button with the extended one, and we got the icon and then the text over here. You can just go and play around with the configuration over here and try to use it in your application. So we'll meet up in the next one where we'll cover the other Flutter widgets. Till then, have a great day. Let us try to see how we can make our widget scrollable. So in the previous lesson, we have created this particular button. So let's go back to this particular button widget over here, and let us add back this particular button over here. And once you add that, we get the error over here. So the overflow, the particular widget over here. And what we'll do over here is let us try to add some padding to, or let us add the line over here. So I'll just go and add the const of the let's go and add the size box over here. Si z is size box over here, and that will be of the height over here. And let's give the height of, let's say, 16 pixels for each of these particular size box. So this can add some spacing on the vertical direction over here. So you can just copy this and you can just add some more, so we can have the more spacing, as well as it goes more of overflows the screen over here. So what we'll do now is let's try to convert this one. So let's go on to the top over here, and let's wrap this one with the widget over here. And in this widget, let's go and add the single child scroll view. So there are few others widgets that we can make use to make our widget scrollable, but most of the time we make use of the single child scroll view whenever we have just a simple widget that we need to scroll. And once we have that, let's try to rerun, and now you can see that error, or the overflow pixel error has been removed, and now you can just scroll your particularly this particular column over here. So now our column widget is a scrollable widget as well. So inside that we have a column, and this column can be scrolled using a single child scroll view. So you can just go and add some more padding over here, and let us try to scroll that one over here. So let's just add some more over here, and that should be fine. I guess that should be fine. So let's just try to test it out. So we got that scrollable effect. And let's try to see some of the properties that we can make use over here. So let's go to the top, and here we have the direction. So if you are inside of the let's go and set the direction. So let's go and say dir direction, scroll direction over here, and scroll direction can be of the vertical or the horizontal over here. So vertical is the default one, you can see, because we are in the column, so we need to make use of the vertical. And if you are on the row, you can make use of the horizontal over here. So if you wrap the row with the horizontal, then it will be scrollable. So if you try to reload, you get the error because we are in column, right? So we can't use the horizontal over. So we need to make use of the vertical. So you can go and create this scrollable widget inside of the wrap with the row, and then you can change the scroll direction to the horizontal over here. And next we also have the let's just go and set some scroll physics, right? So let's go and set the scroll I guess it's of the physics over here. I guess that should be of the okay, sorry, not inside this padding. It should be outside of this padding, right? So phy, right? So we got the scroll physics, and you can see there are a couple of the scroll physics that we can make use. So this is the always scrollable, right? So bouncing scroll physics, clamp scrolling physics, and then the fixed extended physics. So if you go to the clamp the scrolling physics, and by default, if you can see this, okay, so let's just go and try to reload this one. And in the iOS, you will see that by default it has a bouncing effect. So if I try to commit or comment out this one, and if you try to reload, you will see that the top of this particular scroll or the screen has the bounce effect. So you can see now it goes back to that particular top over here whenever you try to drag from the top, right? So if you drag it, you can see there is a space available, and you will see that there is some space when you drag it down, right? So if you want to prevent that, what you have to do is you have to make use of the physics of the clamping scrolling physics, and now if you try to use that, now the effect will be similar to what we have in the Android. So Android, we don't have that particular scrolling physics, and if you want to prevent that in the iOS as well, you can make use of the clamping scrolling physics over here. Let us try to start our Android device as well, and let us try to test in our Android device as well. Let us try to play around with the different physics over here. So if you can see, we will add the bouncing scrolling physics, and if I try to just reload it over here, right? So let's try to reload over here, and you will see that, okay, so now you can see we got the bouncing physics in the top as well as the bottom. So you can see we have the bouncing physics that is applied on the bottom of the scroll view as well as on the top of the scroll view. So there is also option to add the let's just go and add the scroll controller. So this scroll controller can be used to, like, if you go over here and then you can set the controller and then the scroll controller. So scro scroll controller over here, right? And actually you need to create this scroll controller. It's required if you want to control the scrolling outside of this particular single child scroll view, like you want to track the movement of this particular scroll, and you want to get the specific location, right? So whether it reaches the top or whether it is on the bottom, it reaches the bottom of the scroll. If you want to control that particular the scrolling behavior, you can make use of the scroll controller, but for that you can't create it directly. The instance of the scroll controller you need to create outside of this one. Since this is a stateless widget, we don't want to add over here, but we need to have a stateful widget over here, so we can dispose this particular controller as well as instantiate this particular scroller. For now we will be not working with the scroll controller, and later once we are working with the more complex list, we'll try to use that one. But if you want, you can just go and read the documentation and try to apply it over here. But later we'll see in the list view that we are going to make use of. At the time we will make use of this particular scroll controller, and it will be the same for the rest of your scrolling widget over here. and we can test it in our Android device. So now we can also scroll it, and it also has the bouncing effect that we have provided over here. So you can go and change the different kind of the effect over here. So if I and now we have changed it to the fixed extend scrolling physics over here, and we can test it over here. You can see that it doesn't have any of the bouncing effect. It's just scroll first, and it always lands on the specific item. So create a scroll physics that always lands on the item. So you can play around with this physics properties over here and try to create or add it to your application and try it out. So I guess that's all for this lesson, and we will meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us continue over here, and the next step, let us go and add a list view over here. So we can add a multiple item to that particular list, and it can be scrollable by default. So let's go to our widget over here, and let's create the new file over here. So let's call this one as a list, right? So list view widget. Sorry, it should not be in the uppercase. So we should follow the snake case. So list view, and that will be of the widget over here dot file. And let's go and create the class of the list view widget over here. Let's extend it from the stateless widget, and we need to import our Flutter material package over here. And let's go and add override. Let's go and override the object over here, and we need to override the build method over here. So let's go and have the build method over here, and let's just go and remove let's just go and add this particular text for now. And let's just try to go back to our the main over here, and here I'll try to just go and not the home, so I need to go to the home screen, and let's go and replace this one. So what I need to do is let's just go and comment out this one, and let's just go and add the body over here, and then it will be of the list view VIEWD widget over here. Let's add that one, and we need to make this one as the const over here. Let's try to restart our application, and now you can see that we got that particular list. So it's scrolling by default, and I guess this is too small over here. What we can do over here is let's just go and remove this one, and we already have the container widget. So container widget that we have already. So let's just try to add this one over here. Let's try to add some container widget over here, and let's try to reload over here. So now you can see it is scrollable, right? So you can see by default we can scroll in a list view, and list view has the other properties over here as well. And then the scroll direction is in the vertical by default. So let's just go and change the direction over here. Sorry, scroll direction, it should be of this scroll direction. So scroll scroll direction, and then the scroll direction to be of the horizontal. Let's try to reload this one, and now it should be scrollable on the horizontally. So you can see that it is scrolling horizontally over here. And you have some more other properties over here. You can also attach the controller, but later, yeah, I guess probably in the list view builder we will see how we can control this one. For now, let's just let's just not add the controller over here. And scroll physics, I guess we have already learned about that in the previous. So PHY physics, and then that will be always scrolling. So if you have the multiple list view, and then you may want to scroll just the parent view, not the scroll view, then you can always remove the scrollable, like never scrolling physics, right? And then climb the scrolling physics, bouncing scrolling physics. So these are the things that you can change. So I'll just make this one as bouncing scrolling physics over here. And other than that, I guess let's just go and see if we have some more properties that we can make use. List is the children, so that is what we have, the children, right? So we can add the multiple items or the widget inside that particular children over here. And other than that, I think that should be the one in the simple list view. So this is a simple list view, and if you have a very large number of list view, it is not recommended to use this particular list view. And because this one will render all of this object or this widget at one time, so whether it is on the screen or whether it is not in the screen, so whatever item is there, it will load at one time, right? So it is not like a lazy loading, so only show the item that is shown in the screen. So this is bad for performance, but it is a simple use case if you just have a few widget that you want to just show in the screen without caring of the other stuff. But you have a really large data, we will be using a list view builder, which we will be seeing up in the coming up lecture. So just go and play around with this one, and we will continue with our lesson over here, and let's meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us try to learn about the list view.the builder, and in the previous lesson we learned about the list view. So as I mentioned previously, list has the bad performance if you have already large list, and if you have a large list, it is always recommended to use the list view.the builder because it has a lazy layout, right? So which means that it will only show it will only build that particular widget once we view that particular, otherwise it's not going to load that to your particular list. So this can improve the performance. So what we'll do is we'll just go to our home widget again, and let's create the new file and call this one as a list, so list, right? So list view buil builder.d sorry, not the dot, builder wid widget.d dot file, and let's go and create the class, and this will be of the list view buil builder widget over here. It extends the stateful widget, so we want to stat stateful, and we will be using a stateful widget over here. And let's just go and create the constructor, and let's just go and add the override the functionality over here that will be of the create the list, create the state. So we need to go and create the another state class that will be of this particular class. So I guess it will be of a list builder, list view builder. I guess it should be of the widget over here, and that's why we got that particular error. So let's just go and have this one as a list view builder widget state over here, and we need to create this one obviously over here. Let's just go and copy this one and paste it over here, and this will extend from the state class, right? So we need stat state over here, and let us go and add the state over here, and we will return a build widget over from here. So build method, and here what we are going to do over here is we have the list view.the builder, and we have the item count of the 10. So currently we don't have any item for now, so I'll just go and hard code this one. But actually if you have the item, right, so if you have the list of the data, we can actually get the item that the length, and we can get that one. But here let us just hard code it to the 10, and then in the item builder we get the item and then the index, right? So here we'll just return our let us go and return our previously we had this particular widget, right? This is of the container widget, so container container widget, right? So I guess this is of the container widget that we have, container container widget, right? So why I can't return that one? So let's go and see what we have in our list view widget. Okay, so this is the one that we require, so we need to import that. Let's just go and have that one, and we need to import that one over here, and here we will just return the container widget over here. And let's go and try to configure this container widget so we can pass in the number over here, so it will show us that particular number. So final in the constructor, I'll just give a int, or let's just give a string, so string, and just say a text over here, and we require this one, so I'll just go and say that the or we'll just go and say this one as the required, this does the text, right? And then now we are going to provide that particular text over here, so child, and in this particular we are going to use that one, so it will be of the text that we have defined. So I guess this is a stateless, so we can just copy this one and paste it over here. And this says that argument const, so we can't make this one as a const now, so I just have to make this one as the const. So now this will be reusable, so whatever we pass in over here, we can show that particular text over here. So let's go back over here, and in the list view builder widget, what we'll do over here is let's go and add that particular text over here. So we just have to define the text, and text will be of the conti container, and then the dollar the our index over here, right? So this will be give us the index, and then the, and that should be fine, right? So let's just go and say the container, and here we just have to pass the text, so I'll just go and add the text over here, and the error should be gone. And now we can just go to our main screen, and let's just comment out this one, right? And we will add our body over here, and now we can just go and set the const of the list view builder widget that we have created. Let's try to reload our application. Now you can see that we got that one, so we have the 0 1, right, 0 1 2, so we got that particular container with that particular number over here. So now we have the list view dot the builder over here, and here we have the hard-coded pass the 10, but later if you have the data we can pass this one, and we return a simple container from here. So this list view dot builder is a really useful widget that we usually use once we have the large list over here, like once you get the list from a list of the data from the API, we basically make use of the list view dot the builder because it has the property of the lazy loading, which means that if it is out of the screen, so it is not loaded over here, right? And only item that we see in the screen are loaded to the list view over here. The rest of the item are lazily loaded once they are added to the, once you can see in the screen, it's loaded that particular lazily to our list view over here. And it has a lot of the other properties we already saw about. The scroll direction is the same, so you can change the scroll direction. You can also set the reverse if you want to have the reverse order, so reverse to be of the true over here, and if you just reload, it will go and reverse that one over here. So now you can see it is reversed. And then the scroll controller, so if you want to control the scroll, and hopefully we will see the scroll controller on the next lesson, where we'll see how we can control manually the scrolling. And then the physics, we have already learned about the physics, so sync wrap is there, but we will see it on our coming up lecture when we actually build a real app. It may be useful over here. And then I guess we have the item builder. So this is the item builder, it is a required property, so this is what we are building over here. And let's go down over here. Item count is the count that of the item that we are going to show in this particular list, right? So item count we need to provide. And I guess that's all for this one. So make sure to go and check out the other properties over here and try to play around with that. And if you are not sure how it works, you can go and refer to the documentation. And in the next lecture we'll go and add the controller over here. So that's why I made this one as the state over here because of the stateful widget. Later we will initialize the controller and make use of the controller over here. So that's all for this lesson, and let's meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day.
Let us continue with our lesson over here, and next we will go and add a scroll controller to our list view that the builder over here, so we can control the scrolling properties over here. So for that, let's go and have the, or let's create the not the final, I'll just make use of the let, and then the scroll scroll controller over here. So we will require the scroll controller, sorry, not the scroll context, scroll CONTRO scroll controller, and that will be of the scroll controller. And let's go and override the init method over here, so we can add the, let's go and add the init state over here, and here we'll just go and initialize our scroll controller, which will be of the scroll controller. So this init state will be running just once this particular state is created. At that time we want to go and initialize this one, and we also have the another lifecycle method that will be on the onDispose, and we will be disposing our controller, so to prevent any of the memory leaks over here. And don't worry about all of this init state and the dispose. We will be covering up the activity or the app lifecycle in the later stage, but for now just remember that this init state is called before this particular build method, so we can initialize some of our properties over here, and this dispose method is called whenever we dispose this particular widget over here, so we can dispose all of the unused properties over here. So once we have that, now we can go and add the controller for this one to be of the underscore the scroll controller over here. So just go and reload the application, and then we are good to go. Next we will register a listener over here. So I guess you can just go and try it out. So scroll controller, and you have a lot of the other properties over here, like add the listener, emanate to, right, and attach, dispose, jump to, notify listener, remove listener. So let's just go and add the listener so we can listen to this particular change over here. And I'll just go over here and I'll just go and create the private function. Let's just go and say scro scroll listner listener over here, and I'm just going to print out some information for now with this particular scroll controller, that position dot the pixels, and I'll just go and add that listener over here. That will be of the scroll, not the scroll controller, it will be of the scroll listener that we have over here. Let's just go and close it out. And we also need to remove the listener once we dispose this one, otherwise it will go and continuously listen, and it can cause the memory leak in our application. So we have to remove that. Also scroll controller that remove the listener, and we just remove this particular listener for now. And what I will do is, for now, let's just go and print out this information, right? So you have a lot of the other information, but let's just go and do the string interpolation over here. And I guess let's just go and add the let's just go and say that we just want to print the pixels over here. And now let's just go and reload the application, and let us try to scroll this particular controller. So now once we scroll it, you can see that we got this particular pixel printed out, right? So if I go and scroll it, right, so you can see that I can scroll. And I guess I'll just go and reverse to be of the false for now. Let's try to reload it, and let's try to scroll this one. So once I scroll, you can see that I got the information, right? So the maximum pixel that it can scroll is 1644 over here. And let's go to our this is of the iOS device, and let's try to scroll this particular device over here. Let's try to go and reload to this particular device as well, and we will just try to go and scroll it. Now you can see that we got that one scrollable, which is 1631, so a bit lesser compared to of the Android device. This is of the I guess this is of the Pixel 4 or some device that I have over here. So Pixel 6, okay, Pixel 6 Pro. So you can see now we got this particular information, right? And you can also get a lot of the other information from here. So let's try to add some of the information from here. And I have added the max scroll content. So let us try to go and reload this one over here. And once I scroll over here, so you will see that the max scroll extend over here is this one. So I got that max scroll, yeah. So it's a max scroll extend. I guess I need to get the value to maybe, okay, so this is a double, so I guess that should be the fine. So let us try to filter it out by this particular tag over here, and then the max scroll extend that we have over here. So let's go and see the max scroll extend, and the scroll position with the single context over here, and the offset is of the 246 over here. And this is the scroll the max scroll extend that we usually get. And it, okay, so I guess I have a double dot over here, so it should not be of the double dot. So let's try to go and reload this one, and now I can get the max scroll extend. It's 1631, so which was previously Visa as well. So this is the maximum scroll extend that it can scroll currently. So using this we can actually detect if we have reached the end of the screen or not, right? So next what we can do over here is let's just try to see if we reach the end of the scroll, and we will log some information over here. So I can just go and check the if condition over here. If the I'll use this one, so max let's say the pixel over here first of all. So this will be of the pixel, which is of equals to the this one. So if it is reaches this one, if the current pixel, so that is the current pixel, and it's equals to of the max scroll extend, and then we which means that we have already reached the end. So I'll just say end of the list. So this will be useful, like if you want to, once you want to know if you reach the end of the screen, you may want to load more data, right, call the API or do something. So this is some kind of the good information that we can get from the scroll controller over here. So like the lazy loading of your list view, we can implement this one. So let's try to reload in both of our device over here, and let's try to scroll in the Android device over here. So that will be let me select the Android device, and you can see we reached the end of the screen over here. So pixel is 164, and then the max extend scroll is also of the 164. So let's go and try it with the iPhone over here, and now you can see that we reached the end of the screen. The pixel is of 1631, and then the 1631 the max scroll extend. So in this way you can add some logic over here. So I guess that's all for this lesson. We learned some important topic of the scroll controller. So once you have the scroll controller, make sure to dispose it, and you can add the listener. And also you don't have to, you need to remember that you have to remove the listener over here. So you just have to attach that particular controller to our list view over here. So you can just go and check the documentation for more information, and let us meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Let us continue with our lesson over here, and the next step, let us try to learn about the list style we get over here. And I'll go to my home folder, and let's go and create the list, right? So we have the list and the tile apply the widget file. Let's go and create the class over here. So we require the list style widget over here, and we are going to extend it from the stateless for now, and maybe we will extend it, but for now let's just keep this one. Or I guess let's just go and add the stateful, maybe we require it later. So that will be stateful widget over here. Where is that stateful we get from the material package over here. And let's just go and add the so let's just go and add the override over here, and we need to override the create method over here. and let's go and create that particular class over here. So I need to create the class over here, underscore the list style we get state, that is going to extend from the state, and then we need to override this particular build method over here. And from here, let us go and return a list style we get from here. And if you take a look, list style have a lot of the other if you go and see list style, you will also see that list style has the about list style, radio list style, switch list style. So you can just go and play around with all of those, but today we are going to learn about the list style. This is mostly used with the list property. So first of all, I'll just go and add the title, and then the text will be let's just go and pass in the text from here. So final, I'll just require a string and then the text, right? And I will just add the constructor for this one, require this as the text, and here we are going to pass in that info wid widget dot the text over here, and I can make this one as a const for now. So now we have that. What we'll do is I'll go to my list builder we get over here instead of the container. Now let us go and return our list style widget that we have created, right? And then the text, I'll just go and pass in the let's say index +1 over here, and I can just go and restart this application, right? So let's just go and restart in the iPhone and the Android, and now I can see that I have the 1 over here, right? So the 1 2 3 4 5 6, and let's go back to our list style we get over here, and here after text, let's just go and add some leading. So this is a widget, so we can just go and add any widget as a leading, but let's just try to add let's say icon over here. So I'll just go and define the icon over here, and then the icon start the, maybe I can just say star studium, or let's just go and say the, can I have a fav favorite over here, and let's just go and make this one as a const. Let's just hot restart, hot reload. Now you can see that we got that one, and let's just add a simple color caller to this one, and then I'll just say a color caller start the rate for this one, and we got that one, right? So once we have that leading icon, we can also define the trailing icon over here, right? So we have the trailing icon, and then the let's define the color color, and then the color color start the let's say something like a pink over here, and now you can see that we got that particular icon as well over here. So now we got that this is of leading icon, this is of the trailing icon, and then we can also define the on tab over here. So whenever I press the on tab, I can just log the particular text over here, and also I can add the subtitle over here. So subtitle is also a widget over here. So let's just make this one as a const of the text over here, and just say the subtitle is subtitle over here, and I guess that should be fine. So let's just go and try to reload. So now we got this list style over here. With this list style, we have a lot of the other properties. You can see we have leading, title, subtitle, trailing, right? We also have this particular like the each 3 lines. So if you want to have a 3 line of the text, and then you have these different kind of the you have the border, right? Shape border, you can provide the shape, list style, you can configure the style, selected color, icon color, all of those is the text, title, text style. So you can provide a lot of the information over here. Enabled or disabled, by default it is enabled. On tap, on long press, on focus change is selected, right? So selected is false over here. So let's go and see if we have the selected color over here, selected title color as well. So let's just go and add the selected
over here, and selected will be of the true for now. And then the selected color, so let's define the if it is of the selected, then we will make it as a blue over here. So now you can see that if it is of the selected, this is of the blue. And we can also define the selected tile color, so colors colors dot the let's say amber dot, I'll just give a set of the 100 over here. Let's try to go, and you can see now we got that one. So you can also add some padding over here, so content padding. So I will just go and say add insect dot all, and I'll just give it as a 8.0. Let's just go and make this one as the const over here. And there is some padding, right? And let's just go and see if we have some more merge the minimum vertical padding and all of this stuff. You can just go and say this is of the double, so I'll just go and add.o. so information you can pass in over here. So we have already added, so you can add it, it's added some more. So you can just remove this one from here for now. We can also wrap this style with the padding over here. So let's just go and run that one, and we got some padding over here. And next, for this one is selected, what we can do is for now I'll just set it to be of a false, and let's go and create this variable over here. So let's say boolean, so this is of a boolean, and I'll just go and selected will be of the false, and I'll just go and set this one over here. And let's just go and create the void the method over here, each sel is selected over here. And then I'll just go and set the state, and I'll just get the value over here. So I guess I'll get the string the value over here, and I'll just go and check the condition over here. So that will be of the if the value, so that we whatever value we are passing over here, let's go and set the if the value is of equals to the we get the text, then I want to go and update my state over here. That will be of the selected. So s is selected is not equals to selected, right? So if it is false, it will be true. If it is of a true, it will be of the false over here, and that we can pass it from here. So that will be each selected, and then we are going to pass in the value will be of the we get the text that we get it from here. And I guess that should be the one so that we are looking for. And I guess we have some error over here. Let's try to see where is that particular error. Okay, so here we need to close this one. Now let's try to hot reload over here. So now it is false, and then if I click this one, now you can see that it is selected over here. It is select. So now we have the some kind of the state manipulation over here, and once we select it, we get this one. So now we got the nice looking list style over here. This is really useful once we have the list information and you want to show some kind of the list item over here. And if you want to create this manually, it takes a lot of the time and it consumes a lot of the time, but Flutter provides us with the default list style that we can make use over here. You can customize the leading, trailing. It can be of the widget, so you can customize your own leading and the trailing as well, right? This is also of the widget, so you can customize. Subtitle is also of the widget. You can customize that one. So just make sure go and play around with it and make sure to check out the documentation. And let's meet up in the next lecture. Till then, have a great day. Next, let us try to learn about the card widget over here. So for that, what we'll do over here is let us go to this particular list over here, list style over here, or let us go and create one the card widget over here. So here the card widget widget file, and let's go and create the class over here, and that class will be of the let's go and create this the card widget over here, and we are going to extend it from the stateless. We don't require any state for now,
And let's go and import our material package over here. And now we can just go and add the override over here, and let's go and override the build method over here. And from here we are going to return a card. And for the child, what we will be returning from here is the return our list, right? So let us return the list tile widget that we previously created, and we need to pass in the text over here. So currently we don't have text, so what we will do is we'll just make this one as a final string of the text that we will receive as a parameter through the constructor. So let's go and add the required parameter for this one, and we'll just pass in the text over here. And once we have that, what we'll do over here is let's go back to our, this is a list view builder. So instead of adding this one here, what we'll do is the return the card widget that we have created, and then the text will be of the index that we have, right? So let's just go and pass this particular information dollar the indexed, right? So dollar indexed, and I guess that will be the to string over here because we require the string. And I guess, okay, so we don't require a dollar sign, so let's just pass in the index over here, and let's just close this one. Let's try to reload now over here, and now you can see that we got that the card we get over here. So I can have this card we get wrapped with the list style wrapped with the card, right? So now you can see we got a beautiful looking card over here. And what we will do is we'll add some formatting to this particular card, and that will be of the let's add the elevation of the head, and we need to move this one to the top, so the child must be at the end always. So now you can see we have some we got some the shadow added over there using the elevation of the particularly the elevation of the head over here. So let's just go and try to add, you can add the shadow color, surface tint color, right, elevation, shape. So let's just go and play around with the shadow color, I guess. So the shadow colors, colors colors dot the let's just go and say the pink over here, pink of the shade of, let's go and say the 300 over here. Now you can see that we got some of these shadow looking over here. And then the next we'll just go and add the shape over here. Shape, I'll just go and set the round rectangle. Let's just go and the round rectangle border, and then we can just define the border radius. So I can just add the border radius dot the circular radius of the let's just go and say the 16 over here, and let's just go and set the 16. And now you can see that we got added that particular radius over here, and also it has a lot of the other information that you can pass in over here. Margin, clip, widget, okay. And then the let's just go and add some information over here. Let's just go and play around, I guess, with the color. So if we want to change the color over here, and that will be of the colors dot the let's go and deep purple dot the essence of the 50 or something. So let's just go and try to play around. So you can add the custom color as well. By default, it will, if you don't provide this, it's going to make use of the material theme over here, right? So if I just go and comment out this one, it will make use of the material theme that it is being used. So whatever you theme that you have provided the color, so it's going to make use of that particular color property over here. So by default, the Flutter provides the material tree design layout of the card over here. And if you're following the material design guideline, it's better to use this particular card widget or the card widget that the Flutter provides, instead of going and creating our custom container of the card previously that we have built over here. So if you are following the material design, make sure to use the card from which comes from the material design itself, right? So it's a material design from the Flutter, and it provides you the default card layout that is provided by the material design over here. So I guess that's all for this lesson, and we will meet up in the next lecture. Make sure to go and check out the documentation and try out some more properties over here. Let's meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us continue with our lesson over here, and the next step we will go and learn how we can create a grid view over here. So for that, let's go to our home and let's add a new file over here, and we'll just name it as a grid grid view wid widget over here. Sorry, it should not be of this one, gri, so it should be grid grid view, right? So grid view widget dot file. And what we need to do is let's create the class over here, and that will be for grid grid view widget over here, and we'll extend it from the stateless. We don't require a state over here, and let's go and import our material package over here. And once we are done, we just need to override our build method, then we are good to go. So once we have that, first of all, let's try to return from here. So let's return ret returner. We will return a scaffold from here, a scaffold over here, and we'll add a app bar, a simple app bar over here. And what we'll do, let's go over here and we'll just return a body over here. And for the body, let's just go and return a grid grid view, and we'll make use of a builder over here because builder is more performant. You can also just use a grid view, but the builder is more performant, as we previously saw, like a list view builder, that it is a lazy builder over here, right? So let's try to arrange all of this over here. Let me just try to arrange this one over here, and let's close it over here. And we require a grid delegate. If you take a look, this requires a sliver grid delegate, right? So let's add that one. So I will just add the const of the sliver grid delegate with the fixed max axis count over here. And for the axis count, we will just define over here. Let's try to arrange this one properly. So cross axis count, we will just give 2, so that means it will have a 2 column over here, right? So 1 and then 2 over here. And we will provide the let's provide the cross axis spacing. So cross axis spacing, let's define the 8 for now. And in the item builder, we will require, so let's just this requires, if you take a look, it, okay, so I need to pass comma over here. And here item builder requires the context, right? And also it requires the index, index, and then the context over here. I can remove this comma over here. And once I have that, we I guess there is some error, so I need to fix item. So it should be of the item builder over here, not the team builder over here. So once we have that, we also need to add the item count over here. So how many item count do we have? So currently we don't have any items. So for that, let's go and I'll just copy some item over here. So for that, we'll be adding an image over here. So I'll just go and call it final. Let's say a final. Let's make this one as a list of the string over here, and this list of string will be images, or we'll get image url s, and that will be of the list over here. And once we have that, let me just copy some image link, and let me paste it over here. So we have some images over here. You can just copy it from here,
And once we have that, now we will make use of the item count that we have is the images or the image list, right? So what was that? So let's copy this one, the image URLs that we have over here, and dot the we have the length. So the item count will be of this particular length over here. And from here we just need to return some widget. So we will just return, I guess I'll return an image from the memory over here. Sorry, not the image.memory, image dot the network over here. And now I can pass the source, right? So for that I will just have to get the final let's say this is of the URL, and URL will be of the image URLs dot the index. So we get the index, and passing that index we will select the each of the image. And now I can just pass this one over here, and we already have defined the size by the 200 by 300, and that should be fine. We don't have to add the height and the width over here, because we are getting the actual already like this is already a. So I guess that should be fine. That is what we just require from here. And let's go and take a look what error we have. So here we have some cons. So I guess we can't define a cons for this one. And let's go back to our home screen, and in the home screen we have the app bar. So let's go back to the main, and instead of the home screen now we'll just go and comment out this one. Let's comment out this one, and we'll just import our grid view widget that we just built, right? So this is the widget that we just built, and we can't use a const over here, so just remove that and we are good to go. So let's try to restart our application over here, and now you can see that we got that particular image over here, but it looked like there is some the gap over here, right? So let's try to go and fix that particular error over here. So let's go over here, and we have some error, that particular image is not loading correctly over here. So let's try to see which image is not loading correctly. So currently we have the spacing cross axis count to 2, which we have defined over here, and if you just set it as a 3, so that will be of the 3 axis count over here, right? So let's just set it as a 2 for now. And cross axis spacing currently we just have 8, and let's also add the main axis spacing of the, let's say 8 for now. So that should add some spacing below, so that is of the main axis, and we got some spacing over here. And here also we got some I guess this is too large spacing over here. I guess that's because of the image width over here, right? And if you take a look over here, we got some error which is of the 246 image is not loaded. So 246, so I'll just go and 24 let's say this is of the 5, right? Let's try to restart over here, and we still got some 245, I guess image is not loaded over here. So we still got some error, and I guess that's image are not loaded correctly over here. Okay, so we still got that particular error, and image network this image is not there. I guess we need to fix that over here. So let's try to see if we are able to load. We still have one image that is not loaded over here, but I guess that should be fine over here. And let's try to just go and adjust the image over here. So let's try to set the I guess we'll make use of the fit, right? So we have the fit, and we'll make use of the box fit over here. Box fit that, I guess let's make use of the cover over here. Let's try to hot reload over here, and now it looks better over here. All right, so if you want to give some more spacing to the bottom, so we can just change the main axis spacing over here and just hot reload, so you can give a more spacing at the bottom. And if you want, you can also do the same thing for the cross axis over here.
So I guess that's the thing that we can do over here. We just created a grid view builder and loaded our images from the URL over here, and we created something like, you can call this one as the image gallery or something over here. So that's all for this lesson, and we will meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us continue with our lesson over here, and in this lesson we are going to learn how we can make use of the stack widget over here. Stack means that you can add another widget on top of this particular widget over here. So you can add a layer of the, you can create a layer of the widget over here. So let's try to see how we can make use it practically over here. So for that, I'll go to screen and then the widget. Inside this particular home, I'll just go and create a new file. Let's just call this one as the stack stack wid widget dot file over here, and let's create the class over here, stack stack wid widget over here, and let's extend it from the state list because we don't require any of this state over here, and we need to import our material package over here, and let's override the build method over here, and that should be good to go. And from here, let's return the SCA scaffold over here, and scaffold, let's just add the app bar over here, and we'll just add a simple app bar with the title over here, and title will be of the const of the text, and in this text let's just say that this is of the stack stack widget over here. And let's also add the body over here, so bod body, and in body we will just make use of the stack stack over here, and stack takes children over here. So we need to we can provide something like a column, so we can add the list of the children over here. So first what we'll do is, I guess we have some images over here, we will make use of that one. Let's try to create let's try to create one image. So I'll just make use of the RCL circle avatar over here, so that will give us a circular avatar, and I guess radius of the 100, and then the background color, I guess blue, and then the image that we are going to use, background image. So let's make use of this particular network image over here, and once I have that, I'll just make this one for the const for now, and I'll just remove this particular text for now, so later we'll add that particular. For now, let's just remove it over here, and let's go to our main over here, right? So we can just go and create let's just comment this one, and sorry, let's just go and comment out this one, and what we require is, here we require the our stack stack widget, so let's just go and import our widget over here, and let's just go and reload the application, and now you can see that we got that particular the doc over here, right? And let's try to just go and reload it over here. So now you can see we got that particular doc image over here. So if you don't want to make use of this particular image or the network image, you can also make use of the local image that we previously saw how we can make use, right? So here you can just go, and instead of using the network image, you can just make asset assets image, or you can just say image.the-assets is the same thing over here. And here I'll just go and add that particular image that we have over here. So if you try to just reload, so you got that particular, okay, so background, let's try to reload this one over here. So now we got that particular. And here for this particular stack, what we can do is, I guess we'll make the alignment for this one over here. So alignment of the center, so let's try to center the alignment over here, and I guess it's not working correctly, so let's try to wrap this one, let's try to wrap this one with the center we get over here, and I'll just make this one as a const for now. Let's just remove this one from here, and now it should be centered over here, so we got that one.
And once we have that, I guess it should be good enough. So once we have this, what we'll do is we'll add the name on top of this one, since this is a circle avatar. So let's try to add the name over here, username. So for that, what we'll do is we can make use of the POSIT position widget over here, and this position we get text the child over here. And for this particular child, we will define a text over here, and the text will just say RICHRD Richard DEW and the one over here. So let's try to add that one over here. And if I go and just reload this one, you can see that it is on the center, because we have set this one as a stack of the center over here. And you can just go and set it to the something like the top center, right center, center left, bottom center. So you got that bottom center over here as well. So for now, let's just make this as a center. So that should be fine. And from position, we can actually position our widget over here, left, top, right, bottom, right. And we'll make use of the, I guess we'll make use of the bottom over here. So bottom, I guess 10. So since this is a double, I can just say bottom of the 10 over here. And now you can see we got that particular image. And now let's just add some style for this one. And let's just add the style, right? So we can add the text style over here, and text style font size maybe of the let's give off a font size of the 24 for now. Okay, so it's a little big over here, but let's just make this an as a 18. And then the font width, so let's say font width, let's make it as a 700. And then we will also set the color for this one. So let's say color is colors dot the let's make it one as the white over here. And if I go and reload, now you can see that we got that particular the text over here, right, in the bottom on top of this particular. So that's why we are making of the style. So this image is on top of this particular this text is on top of this particular image over here. And for this I guess we'll make use of the let's make use of the scaffold and add the background color for this one. So let's BSCK background, not the background color, it should be COLORS colors dot the let me just make use of the green dot. Let's just give a set of something like a 400 over here. Okay, so it's look a bit darker. Let's just say of a set of the 300. Okay, so that should be fine. So now you can see that we got that particular text over here. And let's try to add some more the widget over here. So and I'll just add one. Let's add the camera icon over here. So let's say a user can click on that one, and it will open up the image files, image selector from camera or the image. So I'll just make use of another POS position widget over here. And in the child, let's just go and add the icon over here, right? Icon, and the ICONS icons dot the CAMER camera. And then let's just make use of the outlined over here. And color, I'll just make use of the white over here. And if I just go and set that one, we got that particular over here. But we will position, let's just make this one as a position to the of the bottom. I guess let's make use of a bottom, and then I'll just make this one as 20 over here. And then I'll just also we can have we can add the right, so right, let's say of the 20 over here. So we got that image over here. Let's just move a little bit over here. So let's just make this one as the 40 for now. So let's just move it a little bit up over here. And let us also try to increase the size of this one. So let's say size over here, and size will be of the 48 8 over here, and let's try to reload. So we got a larger one now, and since this is of larger, now I can move the right to of the, let's say, of the 10 over here. So let's just move a little bit. Okay, I guess let's just make it as the 0 for now, and let's try to test that one. Okay, so it looks better. And now I can just set this bottom of the 30 over here, and let's try to see. Okay, so now I guess we are good with that one over here. And let us try to add some more icon over here. So I'll just copy this particular widget, which is of the position of the, and I'll just paste it below over here. And here I'll just change this one to the of the something like star over here. So we got some star, and I'll just make this one as the yellow over here, color each of the yellow. And instead of a bottom, I'll just make this one as the top over here. Top, let's say this is of the 10 and this is of the left, so I just want to move that one to the left. Let's say this is of the 10 as well, so let's try to reload this one over here, and now we got that particular image over here as well. And you can just go and play around with this particular stack. It's really useful, and we use quite a lot once we are creating an actual application. So this has a lot of the use cases. The stack has a lot of use cases over here. And let's just add the another one over here, and I'll just make left to of the 50 over here, and let's try to move this one over here. So we got this one. Now let's try to move it up better. So I'll just say minus 10, so it should go up, which is of the minus. And let's move a little bit up. Let's say minus 20 over here. Okay, so now we can't see that half of this particular the icon over here, right? So what we can do over here is this stack has the another property, which is of the clip behavior. So let's just say this is of the clip behavior, and I'll just say clip behavior by default is hard edge. I'll just say it as the none over here, and now we can see that we got that particular image, so it's not covered, right? So now it looks good. So you can just go and play around with this particular the widget. It's a really cool widget, and we use a lot in our production app. So that's all, I guess, and we learn about the stack and how we can stack the widget on top of each other using this particular widget. And make sure to go and read the documentation about it, and there are a lot of other options that can actually make use with this particular stack widget over here. So that's all for this lesson, and now we will meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day.
Yeah, hello there and welcome back, and let us continue with our lesson over here. And in this lesson, let us go and see how we can create a checkbox widget over here. So for that, let's go to our home, and we'll create a new file over here, and we'll call this one as a, let's call this one as a check, right? So checkbox underscore the widget.d dot file over here, and let's go and create the class over here, and we'll say this one as a widget over here, and we'll extend it from the stateful because we will require some state over here. And let's go and import our material package over here, and let's go and override the the create state method over here. And over here we need to go and create our class. So let's go and create the another state class over here, and then the state over here, and that is going to extend it from the state, and we'll override the bool method. And let's just go and create a simple checkbox for now, and let's go and return from here. So we'll just go and return from here our, let's go and return the checkbox state, and we are good to go. So now once we have this particular checkbox, so we added a simple checkbox, and the value that each with whether the checkbox is checked or not. So we'll create one simple variable which is of the private variable, it's of selected to be of the false by default, and we'll assign that one to over here. And we require unchanged, so if you don't have you must add the unchanged over here. Unchanged is called when you check or uncheck that particular
checkbox over. So once we check that, uncheck or check that particular value, we are going to update our state that is of is selected over here. So let's go back to our okay, so from here what we'll do is we'll just wrap this with a widget over here, and let's just make this wrap with the scaffold over here, and we'll just say this is of the app bar over here, and just call this as a checkbox, and this will be of the body over here, right? So once we have the body, we'll go to the home screen over here, and I guess that's not the home screen. We'll replace this one over here. Just go and comment out this one. Let's just comment out this one over here. Sorry for that one. And let's just go and add the comment, and then we'll go and say the home over here, and that will be of the checkbox widget that we just created over here, and that should be good to go. So let's just make this one as a const for now, and let's try to rerun the application over here. So we got that particular checkbox widget over here, and we can check and uncheck over here. So you can see we can check and uncheck. So let's go back and let us go and do some formatting over here. First of all, what we'll do is we'll go and set the checkbox color over here. So you can define a custom color for the check color. So I'll just say CSS check dot the ascendant the check. It should be of the color dot the, I'll just say it as a white over here. And now if I just reload over here, you'll see that that particular is by default as a white, but we'll just change this one to something like a red over here, and now you can see that it is of the red color. So you can define a custom color over here, and this will be of the active color over here, and you'll just say colors colors dot the something like black over here, and you will see that black of the 38. So you can customize this particular color over here. And we can also set the state of the we can just set the each error over here. So if it said this is takes a boolean value, so if whether you have some state like whether it's of the error, right, and in that like once you're submitting a form, so we'll just say this is of the by default is false. We'll just go and set it as a true over here, and let's just go and rerun. So I guess you can't. Okay, so now you can see that this is of the red color on the border, right? So that's what we have over here, and we can just go and check this one, and once we uncheck this one, you'll see that we got the error color over here. And if you just comment out this one from here, and let's just go and reload this one over here, and let's try to reload or restart the app. And now you can see that once we check this one, each of the error color that you are getting from the material theme over here. And what we can also do over here is we'll just set this one to false for now, and we can also set the transit state over here, and which can be by default it is of the false. We'll set it to the true over here. This means now the state can have a 3 state, which is of the true, false, and the null. So you can have a checkbox can have a 3 value. By default is a true and false, but if you enable this tree state over here, tree state means actually a 3 state, so you have true, false, and the null over here. So what will do is default now you can set the null value over here. By default it doesn't accept the null value, but now we can add the null over here. And now once we have this particular null over here, we'll just go and remove this null check over here, and now let's just go and restart over here. And now you can see we have this particular state. This is the null state. So once the value is of the null, you have this particular dash over here, and now it is of the uncheck, and which is a false, and now it is of the true over here. So now you can update a 3 state for your particular checkbox over here. And also you can add some custom the design over here. Let's say we can want to add a shape over here, and let's add the round rectangle border for this one. and we'll just go and set the border radius over here, and the border radius of the circular, let's just go and set the circular radius of the 10.0 over here. And also we can set the something like the border, I guess it has the side or something, so let's just go and set the border side over here, and we'll just set the color to the of the blue, and then the width each of the two. So let's just go and reload over here. So let's try to restart the app, and we got some error over here. So this is okay, so we need to add the comma over here. So let's just restart or reload. So now we have that, and now you can see that I guess we can't see that particular the shape has been changed from the rectangle to the round circle, but I guess we can't see that properly over here, the color that we have assigned to the side over here. But although we have changed the shape over here to the of the circular over here, so that should be good enough. And we can also change some color, like they have the option for the fill color over here, and fill color takes the material state color over here, and I have to set the resolve width, and we get the state of this particular what is the current state of this particular checkbox over here. And here we'll just go and if the state, we'll check for the condition over here. So I'll just remove this arrow function from here, and from here we'll just by default we'll return the let's just go and return the null, so which will return a default color for us. And here we are going to let's go, if the state contain the material state dot each of the selected, or you can have the each of the disabled, right, each of the error, each of the focus. So you have the material state, different state, you can actually get it from here. We'll just say if it is of the disabled, so if that one is of the disabled, so you can set a different color. So let's say from once it is of the disabled, we'll return a color of the, let's say something like so you can add a different color. So if it is of the disabled, so what we can do is maybe we can set it as a gray over here, right, and that should be fine. So here it doesn't return a null, so null type isn't a color, so we have to return a color from here. So let's see why it is not accepting. It should accept material color, each of the color. Okay, it can return actually a nullable value over here. What we'll do, instead of the material state color, we'll return a material state property from here, so it can actually return a null value. So we'll change it to that one. And now how to check this one as a disabled is we have to make this one as a, so let's just go and set this one to be unchanged over here. So we'll just go and comment out this one for now, and we can just say unchanged unchanged over here, and I'll just set this one to null. So if I set unchanged to be of the null, that means that is a disabled. So let's try to reload from here. So now you can see this is a disabled color, and you can just go and play around with the different color for that particular disabled state over here. So you can have this particular state over here, but for now we don't want to have that. Let's just have the state change from here, and we are good to go. And also what we can do is we can add the adaptive state over here. So I can just go and say in the adaptive, so this will look different on the both and the Android and then the iOS. So it will adapt basically to the platform specific, whether it's of the Android or the iOS over here. So that should be good enough for us. And if I just go and comment out all of this, so let's just go and comment, and let's try to reload. So now you can get a platform specific widget over here, because we haven't added the shape, and we have removed some of the formatting over here. So that's look cool. And what we can also do over here is we can add the another type of the checkbox. So let's go down over here, and since this is a body, and I will wrap this one with the column we get over here. So I guess I'll just go and wrap it with the column over here, and inside this column we can add the multiple children over here.
So that should be of the checkbox. What we can have is okay, so I'm not inside the checkbox. I need to go out of this one. Checkbox list style adaptive over here. This is for the list style of the checkbox over here, and I'll just go and remove that. And what we'll do is we'll just copy the whole thing from here. So I'll just copy all of the value that we have over here, and I'll just go and paste it over here. And now I'll just uncomment of this one from here, so we can have some formatting for this one. And let's just go and reload this one over here. So now you can see that we got that. So what we can do is we can add the title. So const, let's just make this one as a const of the text over here, and text will be of the some title over here, and we can also add the subtitle over here. That will be of the subtitle. I guess we already have seen how we can use the list style, so this is quite similar over here. So you can just reload. So we have the title, and then this is of the subtitle, right? So you can just go and play around with this one over here. And let's just go and add some padding to this one. Let's just wrap with the padding over here. And now you can see we got the list style of the checkbox over here. So that's cool, right? So we have learned how we can implement the checkbox over here. So that's all for this lesson, and we'll continue with the next one. Till then, have a great day.
Let us continue with our lesson over here, and in this lesson we are going to learn about the radio widget over here. So for that, let's go and create a new file over here, and we'll call this one as a radio widget over here. So let's create the radio widget over here, that file over here. And let's go and create the class, right? So that will be of the radio widget over here, and that will go and extend from the stateful. So let's extend it from the stateful. So ext and the extend from the stateful widget over here, and that should be fine. So let's go and have the constructor for this one, and we need to override the create method. So let's go and override the create state method over here, and let's go and remove this one for now. And here we'll have to create the private class, the class class, and that will be of the extend from the state, right? So, and then we need to override the build method over here, and let's just go and close it over here. And from here we need to return this particular radio widget over here, right? So from here we need to return this one. So we'll just make use of the arrow function over here to return our widget over here. That will be of the radio widget state class. And I guess we'll make this one as a state over here, that you can easily identify which one is of the state and which one is of not the state. So this one should be of the state. So let's just go and I'll put it over here, and I'm writing all of this over here, so you can easily understand how to create all of this. There are the tools that can also auto generate all of this, but we are going to type, and we can have more experience in creating all of those files by ourselves, and so we can remember what we have to do or how does it actually work over here, so we don't have to depend on any of the code generation tool over here. So here we have some errors, so let's just go and extend expected extends. So this will be of the extends, right? So that should be good to go. And from here we need to return, so let's go and return a scaffold from here, scaff scaffold, and scaffold has the app bar, right? So let's just go and create the simple app bar, and also we need to have the body from here, and body will just go and set it to be of the column, and column has a children, and in the children we are going to return our radio over here. So we will, you have a radio that the adaptive, radio that the radio list style adaptive, right? So let's just go and make use of the adaptive for now. So it can adapt the platform specific, whether you are on iOS, Android, web, right? So let's just go and make sure we add all of this property. So it requires all of this property over here. That is, these are the required field or the properties. This is a value, and this value each of the invalid type. So we need to provide a valid type here, group, right? So if you are in a group, and we have the unchanged. So unchanged is the function callback. So we'll just go and return a function callback from here, and it returns a value. It provides a value for us. And for this particular value, we'll just say this is of the value each of the let's say you can provide some string value, and this is of the, let's say, male over here, or some value, right? So male over here, some value, that whether you want to provide a string or boolean, or whether you want to provide the int. So basically you have something like whether you are a male, female, this kind of the radio button, right? So we can only we'll select this as a male for now. And then the group value. So what is the particularly the group value for this one? So the group value, we'll just go on to the top over here, and let's go and create the group value will be of we will set this one to be of the gender gender over here. And now what we'll do is we'll just go and call the set state over here, and in the set state we'll just say that the group value will be of the value that we are getting over here. And one each of this one, we need to also copy the another one, since we have a 2 over here. So since we are using a group, so this will be of the female female over here, and this will be of the group value. And then we set then we have the unchanged over here, right? So we will update that one. So sorry, it should be female female over here. Sorry for that particular spelling. And once we have that, I guess we should be good to go. And let's just go to our home screen over here, not the home screen, in the main. And from here we will just go and call that one. So home, and home will be of the radio widget that we just currently built. Let's try to reload this particular widget, and you can see that we got the small one. So you can see that we have that, but it is too small over here. So what we'll do is let's just go and set the particular value for this one. So let's just go over here, sorry, not here, home screen. We need to go to the radio widget over here, and it doesn't have the default option where you can set something like the title for this particular value over here, right? So what we have to do is we need to wrap this one with the another widget. Let's wrap with the another widget, and let's call this one as a list style over here. And using this particular list style, I'll just go and set the title over here, and this particular title will be const of the text of the let's say this is of the male over here, right? And let's just go and set this one. The list style, you can see it has a leading, title, subtitle, trailing, right? It doesn't have that particular. Let's go and see what it has on tab, and we can't find that it has a child over here. So it doesn't have the child. So what we'll do is we will make this one as the leading option over here, and that should be good. So let's try to hot reload, and now you can see that we got the particular male over here, right? And what we'll do is we will do the same thing for this particular radio button over here. So let's just go and wrap this one with the list tile over here, list tile over here. And now what we'll do is we'll just go and say this is of the female over here. Let's just go and reload over here. So we got the male and then the female over here, right? So we got the male and the female. And similarly, what you can do is you can also add some of the properties, like let's go and say let's go and add some properties over here. That will be of the, we can set the active color. So you can just go and set the colors dot the some green over here, and you can see that the active color has been changed to the green. So we will just go and copy this one, and or let's just keep it over here. And also there is an option, what we have done previously is a fill color. So we can set the material state property, dot the we will just go and set the result width, and we get the state from here. And from here what we will do is we will just go and set we can set the state that contain the material if it is of disabled, right? So state that they contain the material, state that they disabled. Then you can just return from here some different colors. So let's say if it is of the disabled, then you are going to return colors dot the something like let's say a pink from here. Sorry, not the NK, pink over here. So just for the test, right? So actually you are not going to use in this way. And from here I can just return something let's say a null value over here, so it can make use of a default color over here. And to make the as you can remember, to set this disable, what we have to do is we can set this one to be of the null over here, right? So what we will do over here is if you take a look over here, we can just go on to the top over here and let's go and add some value. So we are not making use of this particular. I'll go and change this one to be of the underscore each selected over here, and that will be of the not the is selected, is disabled. So each disable, disabled over here, and we can make use of this one. So is disabled. So I'll just make this one as a true for now, so we can just disable and see that particular color. So we'll just make the if condition is disabled, then we'll just go and say null. Otherwise we are going to say this one as the we'll call this particular function. So now this each of the object, and now you can see that we receive as an object over here. Now we don't receive that particular string value. So what I have to do is I have to convert this one to string over here. And if I just go and rerun this particular let's just go and receive. So now I can't click this particular value over here. So it's too small to see that particular color and other stuff over here, but it is already disabled, so we can't click, right? So we can click this one, but we can't click on this one over here. So you will see that this is of the pink color over here. So let's just go and remove this one from here for now. So we can click on that one, or let's just keep it in this way over here. So you can just go and play around with this. And what you can also do is, instead of wrapping this with the list style, you can just go and directly make use of the list, not the list. So it will be of the radio list tile over here. So we can just make use of the adaptive, and let's just copy this one, and let's just arrange this one properly over here. And once we have that, let's just go over here, and I'll just copy the whole thing from here. So I can copy this particular so I guess I'll copy it from here. So let's go on to the top. So let's copy this particular value from here. Just copy this one from here, and I'll just go and paste it over here. Let's try to paste it over here, and here I'll just go and say none over here, right? So none over here, and that should be fine. So let's just go and reload this one. So now you can see that we got that one, but now we can directly add the title over here, and then we'll also set this one to be of the subtitle, right? So we can also now make use of the subtitle, and none subtitle subtitle over here. Let's just go and reload it over here, and now you can see that we got that one over here. And you can just uncheck or remove this disabled value, and let's reload it. Now you can see we got that one, right? So you can just check and check over here, and if you disable this one from here, let's try to disable it. You can clearly see now this is a disabled value, but here it's difficult to identify. But in the list style you can see that it is a disabled value. And for this one also you need to disable, because that is of the another widget on top of it. So the radio button is actually disabled, but this text is not disabled. So in this way it's better to make use of the list style.adaptive, so you don't have to set this state for the list style also over here. So that's all for this lesson, and we learn about the radio and then the radio list, right? So we learn about it. So that's all for this lesson, and we'll meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day.
Let us continue with our lesson over here, and in this lesson let us go and see how we can create a tab layout or the top tab layout over here. So for that, what we'll do is we'll go to our, let's go to this screen, and I'll just go and create the new folder over here, and let's call this one as a tabs over here. And inside this we'll create the new screen that will be of the tab 1, and that will be of the dart file. And I'll also create the let's create this one that will be of the class over here, tab 1 over here, and that extends the stateless widget over here. And let's go and import our material package over here, and here we will just go and override the build method over here, and that should be fine. And we will just return from here, let's go and return a simple, so let's just go and return a simple widget from here, a center widget, and I'll just say as a tab 1 for now. And let's just go and close this one over here, and I will just go and create the another one from here, and I'll just go and paste this one over here. And let's just rename this one to be of the tab 2 over here, so tab tw2 over here. And let's also rename this one to be of the tab tw2 over here, and also over here. And I'll just go and replace this one as the tab tw2. So we have the two tab over here. And let's go and create the one more. I'll just say tab scr screen dot the dart file, and let's go and create the class over here, and that will be of the tab screen over here. And I guess we will make use of, let's just go and make use let's remove the stateless, and let's go and create the stateful widget over here. So state state if you will full widget over here. And maybe we will be using the state over here. That's why I want to create this one over here, and I need to override the create state over here. And let's just go and create the class over here, and this will be of the tab screen state, and it extends the state. And then we'll just go and return from here. Let's go and return the app scaffold, or the scaffold from here, sca scaffold, not the sca scaffold, scaff scaffold over here. And then the app bar, let's just go and create the simple app bar from here, and I'll just add a simple text. So let's say a tab scr screen over here, and from here I'll just go and add the body over here, and let's just go and close this one over here. Next thing what we have to do is we need to add our two tab that we have created previously over here. So let's go to our body over here, and in the body we'll just go and add the, let's just remove this one from here, and here we'll add the tab we have the tab bar view over here. So let's just go and add the tab bar view over here, and it takes the if you go and over here, you will go and see that it takes the children, the list of the widget, and also it takes the tab controller, and you have other configuration over here. So for now we'll just go and pass in the children over here, and in the children we are going to pass our these two tab over here. So for that, let's go and over here I'll just go and create the let's say final, and let's just go and create the final, and that will be of the list, and this will be list of our wid get widget over here, and this will be of the tabs over here. And we'll add our two tabs over here, that will be of the tab 1 that we have created previously, and also the tab of tab 2 screen that we have previously created. So let's just go and add it over here, and let's just close this over. So now we have the tab which is a list of the widget over here, and I'll just make this one as the const, and also this one will be of the const as well. And we'll just go and now let's just go and remove this list of the widget, and here we'll just pass in our tabs over here. So we are going to pass our 2 tabs over here. And now if we go back to our main over here, and let us just go and comment out this one over here, and we will replace this one with our tab tab screen over here. And let's try to reload our application, and now we got that particular error. So tab controller, so no tab controller for the tab bar view. So we need to provide the default tab controller for this particular tab bar. So when creating a tab bar view, you must either provide a explicit tab controller using the controller property, or you must ensure that it has a default tab controller above the tab bar view. So in this case, there is neither explicit controller or a default controller. So what it is trying to say is that we need to create the tab controller over here. So let's go to our tab screen, and if you take a look over here, we have the tab controller. So what we need to do is we need to pass this particular controller or create a default tab bar controller over here. And let us try to use the tab controller over here first of all. And I'll just go and tab cont tab controller over here, and let's just say this is of the tab controller. And I'll just go and make this one as a let over here, and I'll just go and initialize it in instead. So it's better to do in the instead over here. And I'll just copy this one from here, and I'll just go and paste it after the init state over here. And let's just go and make this one as the close it over here. And we need to this tab bar controller, or we need to provide the initial index, and then we also need to provide this particular required each of the vsync, and this is of the ticker provider, and also the length over here. So length we can get it from this particular tab over here, right? So this is the tab, and I need that one. So I'll just go and you can just manually assign the length of that one as a 2, or you can also make use of this one. So let's just hard code for 2 now, since we only have a 2 we get over here, and we need to have this one. So I'll just go and make use of the mixin over here, which is of the width SINGL, the single ticker provider mixin over here. And I need to provide this one over here, and vsync will be of the this over here. So once I have this one, I can make use of that particular. So it implements the ticker provider. Since vsync is the ticker provider, so we need to provide that one over here. And once we have that, now I can just go and make use of the controller, and that will be of the underscore the tab controller that we have over here. And let's try to go and reload our application over here. And the tab controller has not been initialized, so it has not been initialized, so we are getting that particular error, which means that this particular tab controller hasn't been initialized. We forgot to initialize it over here. Sorry for that. We should initialize that one over here. And now I can just go and reload over here, and now we can see that we have the tab 1 and then the tab 2 over here. So we got the tab 1, and now we can scroll it over here. And we also need to see this particular tab over here, right? So on the top. So for that, let's go back over here, and let's try to add that one over here. In the app bar, what we'll do is we'll go and make use of the button over here, and this button takes this one takes the preferred app size we get. So what we'll do is we need to pass in the tab bar over here, and this tab bar you can see if you go to the tab bar over here, and we need to provide there are a lot of the information that you can actually pass in over here. So if you see that this extends the preferred size widget, which is also that what is we required over here, right? So this requires that one preferred size widget over here. So we'll provide the tabs over here, and in the tabs it takes the list of the widget. So what we have to do is, let's just go and add the list over here, and let's just go and create that particular list over here. So first we have the two tabs. So let's go and add the tab over here, and tabs we can pass in the text of the tab 1 and then the tab 2, and we can also pass in the icon over here. And let's just go and pass in the icon, and that will be of the ICU icons dot the, let's say, of the home. And here I'll just copy this one from here and I'll just paste it over here. This will be of the, let's say, settings over here, and I can just make this one as the const for now. And let's try to reload this one. And when creating a tab bar, you must either provide explicit tab controller, so we still have that particular error. So let's go back to our tab screen over here, and let's see what we need to provide. Is in the tab bar, you can see it requires the, if you see, it requires the tab controller. So I'll just say a controller over here, and controller will be the tab controller that we have created over here. And we can't pass the const now, so I need to remove the const from here, and let's make this one as the const. So I guess I can just make the whole list as the const over here, so the warning message is removed. So let's try to rerun this one, and now I can see that I have the tab with the icon and the text, and this is a material, so it looks perfectly good. So now you can add these some more screens and try to play around with this one. And you can also wrap the whole widget. So here, so the EFAUL, the default tab controller is there. So we can also wrap this one with the let's say this is of the 2, or I can just make use the tabs over here, tabs dot the length over here, so I can get the length. And in the child, I can just go and cut this particular scaffold from here, and let's try to arrange this one from here, and I'll just go and remove this. Also, let's try to arrange that one, and I can just pass in that one as well over here, and it should work perfectly fine over here. So just try to restart over here, and we are okay with that. And now I can just remove this particular controller from here and just try to reload this one over here, and it should work as perfectly fine without that particular controller. So if you don't want to provide that particular tab controller manually, you can just return a default tab controller from here. But using this particular tab controller, you can control the basically the you can have the the emanation index, you can get the length, you can add the listener, you can dispose it. So you have a lot of the other options over here. So if you want to customize that particular scroll behavior, listen to something once you are in the different tab, right? So you can make use of the tab control. And what we also need to do is in the dispose, we need to go and tab controller dot the dispose to dispose all of the let's just go and dispose it over here. So this will prevent the memory leak and unwanted memory resource allocation. So I guess that's all for this lesson. We learn how we can create the tabs over here, right? This is the top tabs, and once we are learning the navigation, we will see how we can add the bottom tab and also the drawer over here. So that's all for this lesson, and we will meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day. And the next thing what we'll do over here is we'll go and add the list over here. So let's go to the tab 1 over here, and instead of just returning a center widget from here, what we'll do is we'll just remove this particular center widget from here, and we'll return a list view builder from here. So list view dot the builder, and we need to provide the first of all the item count over here, and let's just generate the 100 of the items over here, and we need to pass in the context over here, right? Build context, and we also need to pass in the the index over here. And let's go and return widget from here, and I need to close this one over here, and let's try to arrange this one over here. And from here let's just go and let us just go and return a simple list tile from here, and in the list style we'll just go and add our title over here. So let's just go and add the title over here, and title will be of the text, and then I'll just provide the item with the particular index value over here. You can also just go and do some formatting over here, but I'll just leave it as a simple. I'll just copy this one from here as well, and I'll go to the tab screen, not the tab 2 over here, and let us return the same thing from here, and let's try to reload the application over here. And now we will see that we have the items, 100 items over here, and in the tab 2 we should have the 100 items over here. So what we'll do is, instead of just returning the item over here, we'll just say tab tab 2 over here, right? So this is of the tab 2 item, and here we'll also go and say the tab 1 item, so tab tab 1 item, so it may be much more easier to differentiate. So tab 1 and then the tab 2 over here. Let us try to restart our application, and let's go back over here. So we see the tab 1 and then we have the tab 2. So the next step what we want to do is, once we scroll the this particular list view, and once we navigate to tab 1 and tab 2, we want to preserve that particular state over here. So let's see how we can preserve this particular state of our list view once we navigate from tab 1 to the tab 2 and from tab 2 to the tab 1. So let's go back to the tab screen over here, and what we'll do over here is we have this particular tab bar view, and we have the controller, and then this particular child as the tab. So let's go to the tab 1 over here, and in this particular list view the builder, we have the key over here, and we can use over here the page store key over here. So once we use the page store key, that will be of the I need to provide the value over here. All right, so what I will do is create a value key. So I just need to provide a string over here, and I'll just call this one as the tab 1, which is of the unique name. Let's say this is of the tab 1, and we'll go to our tab 2 over here, and we'll also pass in the unique ID for this one, and that will be of the page store key over here. And once I go and pass in the tab 2 over here, so let's just remove this value from here, and let's just make this one as the const from here. And now I can just go and reload this or restart the application, and let's go back over here. So we have tab 1 and then the tab 2. So let's just scroll this one to somewhere of the 26, and if I go and scroll somewhere to around 50 over here, and if I come back, I should get that particular 26. And if I go over here, I should get just somewhere around the 50 over here. So now we can see that we have preserved the scrolling state of our tab view, and also the list item over here. So this can preserve that particular state using the key. So this is the key that we need to pass in, and we are passing the page store key over here, a different type of the key over here, but we will be using we need to use a page store key over here just to preserve the scrolling position of our list view over here. So that's all for this lesson, and hope you enjoyed it. We will meet in the next one. Till then, have a great day. Let us continue with our lesson over here, and in this lesson we are going to learn about the badge widget. So we can add some badge over here, and that is really useful once you are building some kind of the notification, or you have the e-commerce app where you want to show certain badges over there, right? So let us try to see how we can add that particular badge widget over there. And we'll go to our tab screen over here, and in the tab screen we let's just go to the tab 2. I'll just rename this one to the card over here, and or let's say shopping shoppings or something. So I'll just remove this particular icon from here, and I'll just go and the icon, I'll just go and set this one to the badg badge over here. This badge widget was added to Flutter 3.3 over here, and here I'm going to add some the child, and in the child I'm just going to add the shopping cart icon, and I'll also add the label over here, which is the list which takes the widget over here. I'll just go and say and this one as the for now as a 3 over here. And you can also let's just try to go and restart this one, and now you should see that we got that particular icon over here. That's cool. So you can also set the different so let's set the alignment over here. I'll just go and set the alignment over here, and the alignment I'll just go and set this one to the alignment to the bottom left, center left, right, top, center. So I'll just go and set it to the top center, and now you can see it moved a little bit over here. So you can just play around with this particular alignment over here. And also you can change the background color. I guess there is a background color, so background color colors colors dot the, maybe you can set it to the amber over here, so you can see that you can sense that particular color. By default it is on the red color over here. This also is a visible set to, like let's see if you can set it to the false, and you can just set this one to the false, so it doesn't. So you can just go and add this dynamic the condition over here, whether set it to the true or the false depending on certain condition over here. And we'll also go and add the child. We have this particular icon, but let's just go and replace this with the icon button over here. So in the icon button, let's go and set the on I guess it has the pressed, right? So unpressed. And we also have the child over here. So let's just go and say we have the child, sorry, not the child, it has the icon button. That should be of the, I guess we have the unpressed, and we should have the icon. Okay, so I need to override the icon over here, and icon will be of the icon icon, and I'll just cut this section and I'll just paste it over here. And here I guess I have some const, so I can't have the const over here, so I need to remove this particular const from here, and we'll just set it as the const over here, and that should be fine. So let's make this one as the const over here as well. And now if I just go and reload this one, we can see that we got that particular the icon over here, and then we also got this particular. So let's just go and see how we can update this particular text over here. So what we can do over here is you can just go and call the function. So let's just go and call one function over here. That will be to void up update the update count, or let's say update the DG batch over here. And in this particular function we are going to let's just go and create the it will be of the let's say int type, and I'll just go and say the badg batch over here, which will be of the by default to the of the 1 over here. And here we are just going to use the set state, which we can use to update our state. So I'll just update the batch plus 1. So every time I click on this particular button, I want to let's say update the batch. So whenever I click on this particular button, I want to update the count of that particular batch. So by default it should be of the 1, so I need to remove this one, and I can just set to the of the batch that we have dot to string over here. And let's just go and reload this one, and now we got the 1. And now if I click on this one, every time I click, it's going to update that particular batch count. So that's all for this lesson, and hope you learned something new about this particular widget. It's really useful. We can use it in a lot of the cases. So let's meet up in the next one. Till then, have a great day.